To debate. I will be your moderator tonight, Brian Pritchard, CEO of FetchYourNews.com, FYN TV, for this Georgia 9th Congressional District debate. Tonight's debate is sponsored by Towns, Union, and Raven County Republican Party. We thank our sponsors tonight. The Georgia primary election day is now June 9th. The registration, the last day for voter registration is May 11th. Early voting will start May 18th, and a runoff would be August 11th. Now, we are doing our debate on Zoom tonight. There are several rules. We have 9 candidates. At this time, Paul Brown, former Congressman Paul Brown, has not joined the debate. We will leave an opportunity for former Congressman Paul Brown to join the debate while opening comments are going. We're doing our opening remarks. After that, we will no longer give the opportunity for Congressman Brown to enter this debate. We're doing it by Zoom. COVID-19 coronavirus has changed our world out here. So we're doing what's called follow the voice for you people at home. Every candidate, when they talk, they should come up on the screen and be full screen for you. We've asked our candidates to try to refrain from making noises or interrupting other candidates during the questions so we can have a clear picture of the candidate on the screen. Before we get started and we introduce our candidates, before we get started to introduce our candidates tonight, we have a message from the current congressman in the 9th District. Let's welcome the current congressman in the 9th District in at this time. Okay, Dr. Brown is in. Are we back live? Okay, we're back. Sorry about the communication. Dr. Brown has now joined us. Okay, we're going to start our debate. And again, sorry about that. We're going to get started here. And we have opening. Every candidate has a 1-minute opening. And we're going to start with Kelly Weeks. Candidate Kelly Weeks, start with your 1-minute opening. I need candidate Kelly Weeks to start with her 1-minute opening. Is she gone? Can
you hear me now?
Yes, one minute opening, please.
There you go. I'm Kelly Weeks, and I'd like to represent you in Congress. I grew up in Stone Mountain, Georgia with my 5 siblings, and I am married to my husband, Mike. We've been married for 25 years. We own Georgia Gun Store in Gainesville, and we have built a great business and a great reputation in the community for being honest and fair and giving back to the community. We have 2 children who, like us, have Tourette syndrome. So that is a neurological disorder that causes tics, which are motor and vocal. If you see me making some faces or noises, that's what it is. It's just Tourette's. Okay, I've lost myself again. There you go. I decided to run for Congress because I felt like I wasn't being represented anymore. As a wife, a mother, and a small business owner, I feel like I bring a unique perspective that we don't have here in Georgia. So I'm asking for your vote on June 9th. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate Kelly Weeks. Our next opening statement, Mr. Ethan Underwood.
Respectfully, I don't think that's the order that we had drawn. Is that correct?
Yeah. No, actually, my error, sir. My error. My error. Trying to get the numbers backwards. My apology there. Opening statement, Matt Gertler.
Hey everybody, thanks, Brian. I'm Matt Gertler. I'm 31 years old, and I'm the current state representative for House District 8. But I'm a home builder by trade. I am also an NRA firearms instructor. I'm married to my beautiful wife, Marissa, and we have a 9-month-old daughter, Olivia, who's 9 months old actually today. But I built homes here in Northeast Georgia with my father. That's where I learned the value of hard work and integrity. Our contracts are usually 1 page, and it's all about keeping your word and do what's right, the golden rule. That's leading by example, and that's exactly what I've done at the state as a state rep. I'll continue to do that if I'm elected to be your next congressman, and that's because I was also named the most conservative legislator in Georgia in the last 4 years. When I first ran for state rep at 26, I was concerned for the future of our country, and we really need to get back to what the founders intended: limited government. We don't need any more out-of-touch rhino Republicans or these bandwagon Republicans. I'm 100% pro-gun. I introduced constitutional carry. I'm 100% pro-life. I co-sponsored the heartbeat bill. I was one of the few Republicans to speak in favor of it, which passed by a mere 1 vote. And I'm ready to stand with President Trump in putting American values and principles first. And I've been endorsed by one of the most conservative leaders in the nation, Senator Rand Paul, because he knows and understands that we need fighters in D.C. So I hope to earn your vote on June 9th. Thank you so much. Looking forward to this debate.
All right. Thank you. Our next candidate opening statement, Andrew Clyde.
I'm Andrew Clyde. My wife Jennifer and I live in Jackson County. We're active members of Prince Avenue Baptist Church, where I serve as a deacon. After graduating college, I was commissioned a U.S. Navy officer and served 28 years, both active and reserve, including 3 combat tours in Iraq and Kuwait. After completing my military service, I settled down in Jackson County and earned a master's degree in business from the University of Georgia. In 1991, I started a firearms business called Clyde Armory in my garage, and it has grown into a nationwide company with 2 locations here in Georgia. So I will not give an inch on the Second Amendment. As a small business owner, I was doing well when, without warning, the Obama IRS wrongfully confiscated $940,000 from my firearms business through an unconstitutional process known as civil asset forfeiture. I then beat them in the court and through the Congress. If elected, I will stand with our president to protect our unborn, defend our gun rights, help build the wall, and drain the swamp.
Okay, our next candidate, Maria Strickland, opening statement.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Start again.
Okay, sorry. First, I want to thank Towns, Union, and Rabin Republican parties for supporting this debate. My name is Maria Strickland, and this is why I'm running for Congress. I can't stand by and watch our country be destroyed by socialism and Congress. That is out of control. I want to go back to Washington and bring back Congress and protect our Constitution and our constitutional rights. I will fight for the unborn, the right to bear arms, and our freedom of religion. I don't have the campaign money that some of my opponents do. I have not had big money fundraisers. but I am a candidate that is only beholden to the people. My original plan during this campaign was to get in my car, go to different counties, and meet the people. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do so, but with things changing every day and with the God's grace, I will be on the campaign trail again and meeting the people. I am a wife, a mother, and I served 26 years in law enforcement. And I want to continue to serve by representing the people of the 9th District. Thank you and God bless.
Okay, our next candidate's opening statement, Paul Brown.
Psalm 11:3 says, if the foundations be destroyed, what are the righteous to do? Both political parties are guilty of destroying the foundational principles of constitutionally limited government. Government is too big, too intrusive, and takes too much of our money. I'm Paul Brown, and I have a proven record in Washington, D.C. of fighting against big government when I represented over half of the counties in the 9th Congressional District. I proposed more targeted spending cuts than any other member of Congress. I never voted to increase the debt. I never voted to increase taxes. I worked to bring good, high-paying jobs to Georgia, such as Caterpillar and Baxter Pharmaceuticals. You have a unique opportunity to elect a congressman who has a proven record in Washington of fighting against creeping socialism, our out-of-control government, and against the unsustainable debt. The other candidates, they offer promises. I offer proof. Vote Paul Brown to be your congressman.
Our next opening statement comes from Kevin Tanner. Kevin Tanner. Okay, we're ready there. Yes, ready, Mr. Tanner.
All right. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining this video forum tonight. I'm Kevin Tanner. I'm a Christian, a farmer, a small businessman, a family man, and a proven conservative fighter. My North Georgia roots run deep. I farm the same land that my family has farmed for over 160 years. I worship at the same church where I serve as a deacon as we have for 7 generations. I've served our families in law enforcement, as a county manager, and as a proven conservative in the state house. I'm married to my wife, Stacy, for over 21 years, and we have raised 4 great daughters, Caitlin, Abby, Chloe, and Yennefer. We took our oldest daughter, Yennefer, in foster care when she was in 10th grade, and her husband have now blessed us with 2 wonderful grandsons. I'm running for Congress after a lot of prayer because there is too much at stake to sit on the sidelines. I'm ready to join President Trump and fight for our families, future generations, and our way of life to protect it from the radical left. I look forward to earning your support.
Okay, our next candidate, Mr. Ethan Underwood, your turn now, and I apologize earlier for getting out of sequence there, sir.
No worries. Well, hello, my name is Ethan Underwood. I am a Christian, I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm an attorney, and I'm a businessman. And as an attorney, I have been working with the Republican Party for years to elect conservative candidates to office. Now, my job as an attorney, I'm not just your typical attorney. I specialize in representing businesses and governments when they go up against the businesses and individuals when they go up against the government. So my job is to make sure that government officials don't run roughshod over the people they're supposed to represent. And folks, we have seen what elected officials will do to preserve their power. And we're watching what the Democrats are doing in D.C. now. It is a hostile territory, and we have to send someone who is battle ready and ready to fight and stand with President Trump to help him get his agenda passed through Congress. My entire career has prepared me for this. I understand the law. I'm good at navigating government systems. I'm good at reaching agreements, and I will not back down until we get solutions. I would be honored to be representative in Washington, D.C., and I'm looking forward to tonight's discussions.
Okay, our next candidate, John Wilkinson. Opening statement.
Thank you, Brian. First of all, I'd like to express my appreciation to the leadership of the Union, Rabun, and Towns County GOP, also to Rebecca Yardley, who does a great job with the 9th District, and all the other chairmen around the district. I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you by Zoom tonight. I am a pro-life, pro-gun, pro-Trump, conservative Republican. I've been a member of Tates Creek Baptist Church for 57 years. I've lived in the shadow of Currahee Mountain all my life. I feel like that I understand this district. I know the people of this district. I've served in the state Senate for the past 9 years. After 1 year of service, I was selected as chairman of the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee, also selected by the caucus as the secretary and treasurer of the Senate Republican Caucus. In 2016, I was appointed by President Trump to serve as a member of his Agriculture and Rural America Advisory Committee, and I've served in that capacity since that time. I look forward to having the opportunity to go into Washington serving and not just fighting for President Trump, but fighting with him to continue the great work that he's doing in D.C.
Okay, thank you. Those are our 9 candidates, the 9 candidates seeking the 9th Congressional District here in Georgia. Want to thank our viewers. It takes a little bit to get every one of the 9 candidates into our Zoom production tonight. So we're sorry about a little bit of a slow start, but those are our introductions of the candidates. We're going to take a brief 30-second timeout just so we can highlight our sponsors, and then we'll come back with our first question tonight in our debate. All right, folks, we're back. I'm your host and moderator tonight, BKP, and you're watching our Zoom debate for the 9th Congressional District here in Georgia. We have another candidate that is signed in that did not get an opening statement. So we're going to go to Mr. Michael Bogus as he is signed in, ready to go, and we're going to give him his opening statement. Mr. Bogus?
Yes, sir. It's pronounced bogus. Michael Bogus.
Apologize. Bogus.
No problem. My name's Michael Bogus. I'm running for the 9th District, of course. I come to you as a patriot, not a politician. I don't give a damn about either one of the parties, to be honest with you. I'm here for the people. I'm not going to sit here and make you promises like everybody else, because we all know it's bullcrap. Straight up. So, with that being said, I've been fighting these tyrannical sons of bitches for years, and I'm going to continue to do so. I lost my wife 17 years ago because of government overreach. That's what got me started. Last year in November, I delivered a redress of grievances just to be ignored by the politicians. I had made my decision then that I was going to run. We're not represented. We got enough lawyers, doctors, business owners in Washington, D.C. We have nobody representing the working class people, and that's what I'm here for, to represent you, the working class people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bogus. And now it's time for our first question. The candidates are all running on the Republican Party ticket to be the Republican Party nominee for the 9th Congressional District here. So here's what we want to ask first. All right. The party of Lincoln, Reagan, and now President Donald Trump, the Republican Party. In fact, the 9th Congressional District is the 3rd most Republican district in the United States. How long have you been a Republican? What does it mean to you to be a part of the Republican Party? And emphasize any part that you would like concerning you being a Republican, how long and what it means to you. We're going to start with Matt Gertler.
Thanks so much, Brian, for the question. I have been a Republican my whole life since I started voting at 18. I've been serving in the Georgia House for 4 years, and I have the most conservative voting record in the state. So we're right in line with the mountain values and principles that we represent up here in the mountains in Northeast Georgia. I have a certain criteria when I look at legislation. The reason actually I got involved ran for office in the first place actually is because I saw a lot of compromise with the Republican Party. And that upset me as a young man to see people selling out or trading values for votes. And so I have a strict criteria when it comes to voting. If it doesn't increase the size, the scope, or the intrusiveness of government, is it constitutional? And could I read the legislation? If it doesn't meet that high criteria, you vote no. We have got to bring principles back into politics. And the only way to do that is to lead by example. And so in this race, my proven record sets us apart. If you want a true conservative, vote Matt Gertler. I have the record to back it up. And we have the record of also beating the establishment. I handily beat the establishment in 3 elections. And we are running for this seat because we really believe in the message and the message of liberty, the message of what the founding fathers originally intended to have limited government. And if you look at the federal government right now, it is out of control, just like the state legislators are. And we've got to get back to sound constitutional government, get down the debt as well. The debt is out of control. Same thing happens in Georgia. And so I'm just glad to be here. That's my message. And I hope to earn your vote on June 9th, excuse me. We keep changing the election.
Okay, same question, and I would like to repeat it for John Wilkinson. How long have you been a Republican, and what does it mean to you to be part of the Republican Party?
Thank you, Brian. I'm having a little trouble out here in this rural area with my internet. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
That's great. Well, the first vote that I cast was in 1976. I remember that vote well. There was a Georgian at the top of the Democratic ticket running for president that year. I cast my vote for Gerald Ford. I have never voted for a Democrat in a presidential election in my life. Of course, at that time in Georgia, now I'm a native of Georgia and I grew up here. And there were a lot of Democrats at that time who were very conservative, and they voted with Republicans on the national level. So there have been times in my county that the only people on the ballot were Democrats. Well, that's changed dramatically. I've lived to the day where all the candidates on the ballot in my county are Republicans now. I got into politics 9 years ago. As you know, in Georgia, you don't have to sign a form whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. My DNA has always been Republican. In every political race I have run as a Republican. So I've never changed parties, and my ideology has never changed either.
Thank you. Our next candidate, Andrew Clyde, the same question. How long have you been a Republican? What does it mean to you to be part of the Republican Party?
I have been a Republican all my entire adult life. I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, my first vote was for President Ronald Reagan when I was in college. And then when I was commissioned a Navy officer, wherever I was, whether it was deployed overseas on an aircraft carrier or whether it was deployed into a combat zone, it didn't really matter. But I made it a priority to vote. And every time I voted Republican. I've never voted Democrat in my entire life because my values align with Republicans. You know, my family taught me to be very conservative. You know, as a Bible-believing Christian, I have those values deeply ingrained in me, and so so those values are what guide my decisions. That's why I'm pro-life. I believe in protecting the innocent unborn from conception until natural death. I am pro-Second Amendment. My entire life has been, after the military, has been providing access to the citizenry, to the Second Amendment of the Constitution. You know, we enable individual participation in the preservation of liberty. That's what firearms dealers do. So to me, being a Republican exemplifies that. Thank you.
Our next candidate, Maria Strickland, the same question. How long have you been a Republican, and what does it mean to you to be part of the Republican Party?
I have been a lifelong Republican, and I was brought up with conservative values that follow the line of the Republican Party. My whole life, or my career actually, being in law enforcement, I was very much into politics, was very limited on as how much I could participate into politics because of my position in law enforcement. I'm very much a conservative Republican, and I will support the Constitution and all our constitutional rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Bogus, same question to you. How long have you been a Republican, and what does it mean to you to be part of the Republican Party?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I've always been a conservative. I've always voted for the Republicans. What it means to me, well, it don't really mean much, because the simple fact of it, you got batshit crazy on the left, you got batshit crazy on the right. I'm right here in the middle trying to stay to the conservative side, but we have way too many rhinos in Washington, D.C. We got way too many in Georgia, period. So to me, being a Republican isn't the same as it used to be.
Okay, our next candidate, Paul Brown. Paul Brown, same question for you. How long have you been part of the Republican Party, and what does it mean to you, Mr. Brown?
Brian, my dad was a Democrat state senator for 38 years, and he and I had a lot of very interesting Thanksgiving dinner discussions because I've been a conservative all my life. What being a Republican means today, particularly with the people that I served with in Washington, D.C., I'm not sure what being a Republican means, for the simple reason that there are a lot of people that I describe as being Republicrats. They're just Democrats wearing a Republican cap. They're people that vote for bigger governments, more spending, higher taxes. But on the other side, there are people in Washington, D.C. that I've worked with, people like my friend Jeff Duncan from over on the South Carolina side that I work very closely with on Savannah River issues, that are solid Republicans, solid conservatives. I don't know what conservative means anymore, because everybody claims to be a conservative. Everybody claims to be pro-life. Everybody claims to be for the Second Amendment. But I have that proven record. When I was in Washington, I chaired the Second Amendment Task Force, fighting against any intrusion into our God-given constitutionally protected Second Amendment rights. I've been an activist for pro-life issues. In fact, the very first bill that I introduced into Congress when I got there was my Sanctity of Human Life Act, that declares that a person's life begins at conception and gives the right of personhood to that one cell human being. And in fact, to me, the greatest moral issue we face as a nation is killing 1 million babies every year. God cannot and will not continue to bless America while we're killing 1 million babies every year through abortion. I've been an activist for limited government for years and years. So I believe in the Constitution as our founding fathers meant it.
Dr. Brown, your time's up. I'm sorry. We got to stay focused. I apologize for that. Kevin Tanner, our next candidate. How long have you been a part of the Republican Party, and what's it mean to you?
My whole life. I can remember being in school, having debates with my fellow classmates over my support for Ronald Reagan for president. When I got to be an adult, I joined the local Republican Party. I have been vice chair of that party, chairman of that party, when it wasn't popular to be a Republican. I was in the grassroots efforts to help elect Sonny Perdue, our first Republican governor. I was there at the suite the night that we learned that he had just been elected governor. We've been in the trenches supporting and working at the district level to elect folks like Congressman Doug Collins, who's been a staunch defender of President Trump. And so being a Republican to me is about having the track record and the proving record to show that I'm a Republican. It also is about being pro-life, Second Amendment supporter, and all the other things that we have a record of proven success in.
Thank you. Our next candidate, Ethan Underwood. How long have you been in the Republican Party, and what does it mean to you to be in the party?
I began working in the Republican Party at 15. One of my teachers in high school, I grew up in the Chattanooga area. My grandmother was from Cumming, but I grew up in Chattanooga, and my teacher had a father in the Tennessee legislature. So I worked on his campaign. He later ran for governor unsuccessfully, but I've been involved with Republican politics for the last 27 years. When I moved to Georgia 17 years ago, I was the Forsyth County YR chair. I have served as the Forsyth County Republican Party chair. I've served as a district vice chair. And until I qualified for this race, I was on the state committee. Being part of the Republican Party means that we are part of the party that defends life, that protects the Second Amendment, that believes in economic opportunity, that believes in economic freedom. We are the party of limited government. We are the party of Judeo-Christian principles and religious freedom. Now, as I go down that list, all of those issues that we take a positive stance on in the Republican Party, they're in the Constitution. We're fighting against Democrats in Washington, D.C. that are frankly against our Constitution. And we have to send somebody to D.C. who understands that, who embraces those principles in the Republican platform, and will fight against our enemies in Washington, D.C., which are Democrats who are trying to undermine our Constitution.
Thank you. Our next candidate, Kelly Weeks. How long have you been in the Republican Party, and what does the Republican Party mean to you?
Well, I've been a Republican, I guess, all my life. It sounds like everybody else. I first voted in 1988 for George Bush Sr. I was 18 years old. That was my first time voting, and I have voted in every election ever since then, whether it be local or federal elections. I've always voted. Being a Republican to me always meant having personal responsibility and being a fiscal conservative, which I am, limiting government, which I don't think that they've done that much of in a long time. I feel like that there have been Republicans in Congress that won't fight back for us. We've got these crazy women on the left that are running all over them, and nobody's standing up to them. We've given in so many times. Every time something comes up, it feels like we give up a little bit more. And that's why I want to go to Congress. I want to be the woman on the right that fights back and gets us back on track. So I hope everybody will listen to me.
Okay, before we move to our next question, I'd like to turn the Follow the Voice feature on to make sure that any candidate that decides to get in will come up on the screen. Candidates, if you don't want to answer this, no problem. I would just like to know if any candidate, and as soon as you see somebody come in, please respect their talking. If you don't care to tell the voters out there that are watching, did you vote for candidate Donald Trump in the primary and general election? Would you like to share that? And if not, who?
Yes, I voted for Donald Trump.
Okay.
I also voted for Donald Trump.
I voted for Donald Trump.
I also voted for Donald Trump and helped campaign for him while I was still working, but quietly.
In the primary, I voted for Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz and I have been basically in the trenches together, fighting against our own leadership. He on the Senate side and me on the House side, and that's what separates me from all of these other candidates. That I've got that proven record, so that I can go back to Washington and continue to fight for these issues as an activist. As soon as Ted Cruz was not a candidate any longer, I jumped on the Trump train. I've been a very active supporter of his. I have been, particularly during this circus that the Democrats have been putting on.
Okay, Dr. Brown, I apologize. We just wanted to get whether you did or not. Any other candidates?
Yes, I'll say in the primary, I supported Ted Cruz, because at the time I was concerned that President Trump was not going to be conservative enough. But he won the primary. I got behind him, and he has been the most effective force for conservatism the last 30 years. I'm a big supporter and a big fan.
Okay. Anybody else before we move on?
Yeah,
I voted for him.
I voted for Rand Paul, but Trump has been outstanding in what he's been doing these last couple of years, and it's really surprised me so much. Is awesome. But initially, Rand Paul was my first pick.
Okay. I voted for Ted Cruz as in the primary, and then when actually went to as an alternate delegate to the convention, and then when candidate Trump won the nomination, I voted for President Trump, for candidate Trump. And I will tell you that if you go to Clyde Armory, you will see 4 Trump signs that have been there since 2016. So I support President Trump. He has been one of the most conservative presidents, and I'm so proud of that.
All right, we're going to move to our next question. Candidates, I'm going to ask you to listen very closely to this so we can comment. You can comment on it. We're going to move to the Second Amendment. Now, obviously, we're not in Virginia, but we want to bring this in because we feel it's important. Just last week, Virginia Governor Ralph Northam signed a host of gun control bills into law. And this is his quote: "We lost too many Virginians to gun violence, and it is past time we took a bold, meaningful action and make our communities safer." Northam said in a statement Friday, "I was proud to work with legislators and advocates on this measure, and I am proud to sign them into law, common sense law." Now, before the coronavirus, listen close, candidates, before the coronavirus, one of the fastest things that was happening across America is what's called Second Amendment sanctuary resolutions that were happening in counties all across the country. Now, what does that mean? Also known as gun sanctuary refers to state, county, or localities in the United States that have adopted laws or resolutions to prohibit or impede the enforcement of certain gun control measures, perceived as to violate the Second Amendment, such as universal gun background checks, remember that, high capacity magazines, assault weapon bans, red flag laws. Virginia has 91 out of 95 counties are sanctuary counties. Georgia, 41 out of 159. So here is the question with all of that going on, because we have different states doing different things, and we have the Second Amendment as the America's constitutional right. Where do you stand on the Second Amendment? And tell us where you stand on things like universal background checks, high capacity magazines, assault weapons, red flag laws. What can we do to make sure our Constitution, Second Amendment right is protected between federal government and states? When you cross the state line, you should not lose your constitutional right. So with all that out there, what say you? We're going to start with John Wilkinson. That goes to you, sir, for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Brian. I want you to know I couldn't get in on that last question, but I do want to remind people that President Trump did reach out to me in 2016 and asked me to be a part of his Agriculture and Rural America team. So I want you to know I did vote for him twice, and I'm still on that Trump train. On the Second Amendment, my background, I grew up in a rural area. We grew up hunting. When I was an agriculture teacher at Banks County High School during deer season, I taught a wildlife management class, and my students would bring their deer rifles to school, and we'd sight them in on the football field during the school day. My point of saying that is I realize that guns are not our problem. So I'm not for anything that infringes on anyone's right to own a gun, carry a gun. I've been very supportive. You mentioned the reciprocity between states. I worked on the bill that made it possible for Georgia and South Carolina to have reciprocity. I was in North Augusta when the bill was signed. So I'm a huge advocate of the Second Amendment, and I've lived it all my life.
Candidate Andrew Clyde, what in what I just said earlier, what I read, in the Second Amendment, could you see anything in Congress that you would vote for? red flag laws, anything? And how would you protect the Second Amendment for the citizens of the 9th District in Georgia?
Well, first off, the Virginia laws have absolutely nothing to do with common sense. They are not, they are totally unconstitutional. This is my area. Of all the candidates, I probably understand this area better than anyone else. Universal background checks are unconstitutional. Red flag laws are unconstitutional. High capacity magazine bans are unconstitutional. We need to pass the Hearing Protection Act, which would deregulate suppressors. I think we also need to remove the National Firearms Act to deregulate short-barreled shotguns and short-barreled rifles. We need to eliminate the sporting use definition in laws. Sporting use has nothing to do with firearm ownership. The Second Amendment is not about sporting use. It is about the right to defend your home and yourself. So the Second Amendment is critical to the functionality of our nation and to the First Amendment. It's the teeth behind the First Amendment. As I said before, our motto is we enable individual participation in the preservation of liberty. The Second Amendment preserves liberty. And so I would defend it with every sinew of my being. It is such a cornerstone to our Constitution. And I think I have the knowledge, being 30 years as a gun store owner, understanding it to be the best at defending it for the district. Thank you.
Our next candidate, Maria Strickland.
Hello. Well, first of all, I support the NRA. And during my law enforcement experience, I came across, and I do not believe that we should have any red flag laws. They're very dangerous. They can cause a lot of problems and cause a lot of problems for people who own the guns. I also believe we should have a universal carry so that we can carry the guns across state lines without any repercussions. We should protect our Second Amendment rights so that we can bear arms, and that are being eroded every day by the left, who keep trying to, like Virginia, take away those rights. So I would stand up for the Second Amendment and protect them at any cost. Thank you.
Michael Bogus, you're next, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I got an answer for you. Out of everybody on this panel, I was the only one there at Lobby Day. None of the rest of them. I've been rallying Atlanta 5 years in a row. Guess what? I ain't seen none of these sons of bitches up there. None of them. So anybody can sit here and say that they're all for the Second Amendment. If you own a gun store, yeah, you're for the Second Amendment because that's your business. That's what you're making money off of. Let's start seeing some of this. I hadn't seen the first one of these people at any rally. I've seen somebody write the HB2, which is not constitutional carry by no means. It's what we have already, which law enforcement cannot ask you for your gun permit or ID unless you're a suspect of a crime. As far as the sanctuary cities, they're not protected by the Supreme Court. It needs to be that way. All it takes is one tyrannical governor to come in and call the National Guard in. Trust me. They did it in January while we were there in Virginia.
Okay, our next candidate, thank you, sir. Our next candidate, Paul Brown.
The Second Amendment and the First Amendments are the pillars of freedom. There are two prongs to the Second Amendment: personal protection for life and property. The second prong is to help us to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government. We cannot and must not lose any of those rights. It's an individual right. It's not a constitutional right. It's a God-given right protected by the U.S. Constitution and the Second Amendment. Any law local, state, or federal, that interferes with a person, law-abiding citizens, constitutionally protected, God-given right to own, carry, or to utilize a firearm as long as you don't hurt someone else or someone else's property, except for in self-defense, is totally unconstitutional. I chaired the Second Amendment Task Force in the U.S. House of Representatives. I have been endorsed by Gun Owners of America, by the National Association for Gun Rights. The current president of the NRA is Carolyn Meadows, and she's a strong supporter. The former president of the NRA, David Keene, is a strong supporter of mine, because they know that I will fight to the death, as I was willing to do as a U.S. Marine, to protect our constitutionally given or protected God-given rights.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Kevin Tanner, our next candidate, Second Amendment.
I appreciate it. Always been a strong supporter of the Second Amendment. I'm a life member of the NRA. I have an A+ rating from the NRA on my voting record. I've supported every pro-gun bill that's been introduced in the Georgia General Assembly. Also, as far as the sanctuary cities go here in Georgia, they really have no teeth. So as a result of that, I introduced the Second Amendment Defense Act into the General Assembly that would take away all state funding for any city or municipality or county that did anything to take away someone's Second Amendment rights. As a congressman, I would introduce similar legislation at the federal level. If Virginia wants to affect our Second Amendment rights, then they're going to lose all federal funding. They're also going to ultimately be found to be unconstitutional. The First and Second Amendments are the pillars of our entire livelihood here in this country, and they must be defended at all costs.
Okay, our next candidate on the Second Amendment, Ethan Underwood.
Yes, I'll tell folks this. My favorite hobby is hunting. I sit in the woods. I love to do that. That's how it's cathartic. I love my guns. But I'm also the first to tell you that the Second Amendment doesn't say a single word about hunting. It's about being able to protect your person, your family, and your property. I take the NRA stance on the Second Amendment, which is if you give the liberals in D.C. 1 inch, they'll take a mile, so you don't give them a single inch. Now, interestingly, I actually wrote my law review exit article at the University of Tennessee about using the militia clause to provide for reciprocity of carry permits. So I've studied the legalities of it. I think it can be done, and I would certainly support it. Now, regarding red flag laws, absolutely not. There's no need for those. All of the states have plenty of due process protections for folks that are truly dangerous. We do not need to be funding or facilitating red flag laws for folks who have not been awarded their due process. I don't believe in any kind of regulation based on cosmetic attributes of a gun just because it has a certain type of a grip. I would not support capacity magazine limitations or magazine capacity limitations. I believe, as I said, that the Second Amendment is a constitutional right. It is protected. It should be protected when we cross state lines. And I would work with the NRA on any legislation to create more freedom for citizens.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next candidate, Kelly Weeks, concerning the Second Amendment.
Yes, am I here? Yeah. Well, I own a gun store, and I actually work there every day. I do all the background checks and sell guns daily. I am very familiar with all the gun laws. As far as going to any of the rallies, like Michael said, well, I'm at work, so I don't go to any of the rallies, but guns are not violent. People are. And I am tired of gun owners being punished for other people's crimes. And with this has got to stop. The left is always pushing new gun laws our way every time somebody does something wrong with a gun. And we're not to blame. We didn't do anything wrong, and gun owners should not be punished for this. As far as universal background checks go, well, that's just entrance into sorry, I made myself some notes. I'm sorry. We shouldn't have any universal background checks because all it is when you're having a personal firearm sale, if you're selling from, if I was to sell a gun, well, not me because I'm a gun store owner, so I wouldn't do this. But if somebody out there was to sell one of their guns to one of their friends, they want to make a law now where you have to go through a gun store, and this just creates registration. And I think that's totally wrong. So I would be totally against that.
Okay, our next candidate, Matt Gertler, Second Amendment, sir. I know you heard everything I read earlier.
Thank you so much for the question. Well, as a limited government conservative Republican, as a constitutionalist, shall not be infringed means shall not be infringed. At my time during the state capitol, I've been pushing and being the leader on the Second Amendment at the Capitol the last 4 years. That's why I introduced constitutional carry. It's funny to hear some establishment candidates in this race say they support the Second Amendment, yet I don't think anybody's ever signed on to it, actually. It's one thing to say something during elections as lip service. It's another thing to do it. I also introduced a resolution to urging all the counties in Georgia to pass Second Amendment sanctuary counties for the Second Amendment. I also signed on to the anti-red flag bill this year. I don't think anybody else signed on to that as well. And as a congressman, I want to repeal the NFA and support the Hearing Protection Act. But I would also like to say, I want to take a pledge right here today to oppose all red flag laws. Will any other candidates do that today?
Yes, I would.
Okay, just do me a favor, ask to respond, okay? Great. Okay, were you finished, Mr. Gertler?
Yes, that's all. Thank you so much.
Okay, now at this time, all candidates has had a chance. Mr. Gertler has put a challenge out, and if anybody would like to take it, if you would like to respond to anything that any candidate said, let me know now, and you'll get 30 seconds.
Yes, I would like to respond to that.
Okay, let's go with Mr. Bogus first for 30 seconds.
Yeah, I will take the same oath that Mr. Gutler said. Like I said, my constitutional oath will never go away, ever. As far as the NFA, yeah, that shit should have been abolished 80 years ago when it was written. We need to abolish the ATF. All gun laws are unconstitutional.
Anybody else would like to respond there to what any of the candidates said in that first round?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Brown, go ahead.
As I said in the original question, I'll resist all gun laws that affect law-abiding citizens. They are totally unconstitutional, not only red flag laws, but I've pledged, when I was sworn in the Marine Corps, to uphold and defend the Constitution against enemies, both foreign and domestic. The governor of Virginia is an enemy of our Constitution. Nancy Pelosi is an enemy of our Constitution. There are many black-robed tyrants on federal benches that are enemies of our Constitution. And I'll resist.
Okay, Mr. Brown. Anybody else would like to comment there for 30 seconds on our last question?
Yes, I would like to. Red flag laws are totally unconstitutional. They violate due process, and I would certainly take an oath to never support red flag laws at all.
Okay. Anyone else before we move on?
I would like to say the same thing. They're unconstitutional, and I would not support any red flag laws as a congressman.
Okay.
Nor would I.
All right.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Wilkinson.
I would also say that I would never support the red flag law, and I'd be willing to make that clear.
Okay. Anyone else before we move on?
Yes,
Yes.
Well, I said it before, but red flag laws are a slippery slope. You end up with somebody going through a divorce and they complain about their husband and he gets his guns taken away. It's a bad law, and I would never support that.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, I would like to.
Go ahead, Maria.
Yes, I would also like to take that oath. I was a police officer during the red flag laws in the state of Florida, and I saw firsthand how it can be very destructive to a person when their weapons are removed from them. So I completely am for removing any red flag law.
Okay, this next question, we're going to move this into some 1-minute segments so we can get some more questions in, and we can continue on this. But actually, right now, you candidates all qualified in March, and you had much different plans for your campaigns, obviously, door-to-door canvassing, and every Republican Party in the 9th district, I think 20 counties having meetings. But that has all changed because all of our lives have changed with coronavirus, COVID-19. But my question is, to start, and we're going to go with Andrew Clyde. We just spent $2.2 trillion package to address coronavirus. We're learning shelter in place, social distancing, and contact tracing. What say you about the spending that we have done? And give us your thoughts about the virus. Is there too much government overreach? Has it been about right? You think we should back off some of the shelter-in-place rules, open the businesses back up? I mean, there's a lot to unpack here. What say you? And we'll start with Andrew Clyde.
The biggest issue here is liberty. Our liberties are being destroyed through government overreach here. That's one of the biggest issues we have. When Clark County, where my business is located, passed a shelter-in-place ordinance, I sued them in federal court because it's a violation of the Constitution to do that. And
Andrew Clyde.
So
who pays the bill for that? Who pays the bill for that suing?
Hey, sir, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead, Andrew Clyde.
So
you'll get your chance, sir.
So that was a great example of government overreach. All right. We definitely need to preserve our liberty and preserve our Constitution. And when we have issues like this, then we walk a very thin line. And I think that needs to be part of the equation, and not simply sheltering in place that from government fiat.
Okay, Mr. Clyde, again, my apology. Please do not interrupt these candidates. Everyone is getting a chance, as you can see. Maria Strickland, we'll go back. It's your turn. COVID-19, coronavirus. We've spent $2.2 trillion. Paycheck protection program, shelter in place, social distancing, contact tracing. What say you about the whole virus, and how do you feel about everything going on right now?
I feel that we should originally not have been quarantined to the extent that it was, that it changed this country by allowing people, taking people away from their jobs. And I think we should bring back, or we should have sequestered or quarantined those people that were ill, and allowed people to go back to work earlier. Premise of better hygiene and better, wearing masks, wearing gloves, doing that type of thing. But I do think we did right with, reducing the FDA regulations so that they could work on the viruses and get to it quicker. But I also think we should have taken care of our first responders a little bit better, especially those law enforcement and firefighters, EMTs who are out there that were thought of second over the nurses and the doctors. Not to say that the nurses and doctors shouldn't have been taken care of, but I think we forgot about them at first. And there was a lot of first responders who were set out there without any protection at all. And I think that should have been covered very quickly, and it wasn't.
Okay, moving along. Michael Bogus, coronavirus, maybe some of our freedoms, government overreach, governors with a lot of power, mayors. I mean, what say you where we're at now?
Well, the virus is real. I know that for a fact. My wife is a frontline nurse there in Clark County. So I know the virus is real, but $350 million allowed for illegal immigrants. What the hell does that have to do with COVID-19? A $25 million bonus for Congress? What the hell does that have to do with COVID-19? Yes, this has been government overreach all along. The media has put fear in the people. Like I said, the virus is very real. Use common sense. The government shouldn't be the ones telling us what to do. We're not in school anymore. Wash your damn hands. If you blow your nose, wash your hands. Wipe your ass, wash your hands. Jesus Christ, we don't have to be put in grammar school. Thank you.
Okay, Paul Brown, what say you concerning this? We've put everything into a box, government overreach, spending. How about this? Did we rush in and quickly go to $2.2 trillion and not read what's in it? What say you about this, Paul Brown?
As a physician, I've been treating patients for over 40 years, and I've seen many pandemics. This is the first time ever that our economy's been shut down over an illness like this. Certainly the coronavirus is a health issue. It should have been treated that way, not a governmental issue. In my opinion, the experts, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Burke, and even Dr. Toomey here in Georgia are part of they're swamp creatures, and they have been able to accomplish what Comey, Clapper, Brennan, Strzok, and all those other people tried to do to take this president down. And I think the press has been fueling the fires of fear across this nation. I never voted for a bailout bill when I was in Congress, and that's not the proper response right now. We need to get our economy going. We need to let people be responsible and accountable for their own actions. We need to put people back to work instead of trying to sequester people the way that has been handled by or promoted.
Okay, thank you. Time is up, Mr. Brown. Kevin Tanner, coronavirus, COVID-19. Yes, we know the virus is real, and we see the numbers on a daily basis. But when we look at now, we're facing 26 million unemployed, and these $2.2 trillion package. Another one may be on the way, and then you have, is there government overreach? What say you in the whole mix here, Kevin Tanner?
Well, I would never diminish the fact that people are afraid. I'm sure people watching tonight have had family members that have suffered from corona, maybe members that have died. This is a real virus. I will tell you, I have been surprised how quickly people are willing to give up their liberties for safety. I think that's a concern. I think we have saw government overreach in many areas. I have been amazed at how well some of the business community has stepped up on their own without government assistance. The distillery up in Rayburn County manufacturing and giving away hand sanitizer, Piedmont College building and giving away masks. Our biggest threat to national security is our national debt. So that is continuing to grow, and this has grown it at an exponential rate. That's got to be our number one priority, is to get our national debt under control.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tanner. Ethan Underwood, same thing. Coronavirus. It is, when we talk about national debt and $2.2 trillion in spending, COVID-19. What say you about? Is there government overreach? What are we doing here? Closing businesses? What are we doing deciding what's essential, non-essential? What say you on the coronavirus?
Well, first, it's very easy for everybody to look back at it with 2020 hindsight. We need to remember that these are our conservative President Trump and conservative Governor Brian Kemp, who looked at the data and said, you know what, this is a problem. Now, all the data coming out of China, it was garbage, but watching what came out of Italy, that was a very scary set of data set. And President Trump, I think, made the right decision to say, we've got to take this seriously. We've got to stop people coming in from China, and we've got to take precautions, extraordinary precautions. This is the first pandemic we've dealt with since we understood germ theory. But as we have progressed, and I think Governor Kemp has seen this, is saying, look, it is not as what everyone thought it was. The initial shelter-in-place order, based on the data that was there at the time, was necessary. But at some point, what we're finding is the cure is worse than the disease. We cannot keep the economy shut down like it has been. A short time was something that we could handle, and that's what the relief bill was designed for. The money was not supposed to go to fat cats at Harvard. The money was not supposed to go to big wig businesses. It was supposed to go to people to keep them from losing their houses and being able to pay rent. And that was what that was designed for. We have to make sure at this point, we're here. So now what do? We need to let people go back to business slowly. I think the governor is taking the right steps to do that. He's following protocols because we're finding that it's not what
your time is up, Mr. Underwood. I'm sorry, your time is up. Kelly Weeks, same question for you. You've heard all the other candidates. What say you concerning the coronavirus?
Well, I think that Fucci knew back in January when he talked to the senators back at the end of January, and it was proposed to him that we go ahead and shut down travel from China. And he said, no, we don't need to do that. And in fact, he said he didn't even start developing tests for this. And then 5 weeks later, he's wanting to shut down the entire country. I think that he missed an opportunity there to go ahead and develop some tests and get that on the, get that rolling. I have actually been working through all this since my business, gun store, is an essential business. We have just put some different parameters in place and limit the number of people that come in. And now we're asking them to wear masks too. And we keep hand sanitizer out and disinfect after they use pens and stuff like that. But so we've had to put some things in place. But I think most people, they don't want to be locked up, and it should be their choice. They shouldn't be forced to stay home. If you go to Home Depot, you'll see everybody there. They're going to the grocery store, they're going to Home Depot, they're doing other things just to get out of the house. Because if they don't stay busy, you're going to have a problem with depression and alcohol abuse and drug abuse, and there's unintended consequences that go along with this. People are losing their jobs, businesses may never reopen, and we're going to have a lot more problems down the road.
All right, Kelly, your time is up. I appreciate it. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry, but your time is up. Matt Gertler, let's talk about the coronavirus. You've listened to all of the ways I have framed it. What say you where we're at today concerning this country? 26 million. We've gone from 3.5% unemployment, double-digit unemployment just in 60 days. 26 million out of a job, and vulnerability in the stock market, the whole entire circle. What say you, Matt Gertler?
Thank you, Brian, for the question. So I think there's three things going on here. Obviously, this is a crisis, a health crisis. We have an economic crisis going on, and we have to also see, what the proper role of government is when it comes to our liberties and freedoms in this country. In regards to the bailout bill, 75% of the bill had nothing to do with the coronavirus. This is typical of what happens with establishment Republicans, rhinos. I see it all the time in the state capitol with our budgets as well. Everything's crammed in there. And I'm the only candidate that's elected on the elected side in this race that actually opposed those types of bills, those omnibus-style bills, much like this coronavirus. Looking at the economic side of it as well, 70% of Americans have less than $1,000 in savings. And that's something we have to be concerned about as well. But it's a serious issue, and I think we should be concerned with all three of those things, because you've seen a lot of things happen, especially in liberal states, where people's rights and their natural God-given rights are being infringed upon. So it's a serious issue for our country, and we have to take all those things into account, and all three of them at the same time, to make sure we're making the best decisions for Georgians and Americans. And thank you so much for the question.
Okay, now it's time for State John Wilkinson.
I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this. First of all, I do not think that this is a political issue. I think it's an issue about people in their lives. And as several people have already mentioned, I think there's several factors here. I think there has to be a balance. We have to balance our people's safety and health against the economy of our country. I do think every individual has a responsibility to take the precautions and do the things that the health officials have asked us to do. I'd also say that I believe if this had originated in the United States, we'd be receiving repercussions from other countries. I think one thing we could do is send China a bill for some of this. And I think one of the things that we've learned from this is we need to move essential manufacturing out of China and back to the United States. When we get in the scenario we're in now, we don't need to have to depend on China to send us gloves and masks.
Thank you. We're going to right now. What I want to do, and in the booth, please keep up with this for me. We're going to stay with 1 minute here, okay? A quick 1 minute, but I want to follow that up with. There's another bill that's possibly going to come up that may do what may bail out or rescue the states. Do you feel, and within 1 minute, do you think we should do another bill concerning the coronavirus, relief package here that would help the states, bail out the states? Many of these states, as the president said, had, they were in trouble before this started. So what say you, even if Georgia asked for some relief money, what say you on another package that would involve giving money to the states? And 1 minute, please. And let's start with Maria Strickland.
Well, with that question, I haven't read the bill, so I'm not up to date with it. But I would think a limited amount of bailout would be appropriate to some of the states, only because this is a unique situation that no one expected to be getting into. Granted, the states, some of them, like the larger states like New York and New Jersey, who spent all their money on illegal immigrants and all this other kind of thing, they didn't they didn't prepare for the future, and that is their problem. But we do need to bail out some of them, but to a limited amount.
Okay, Michael Bogus, let me ask you, the next package that's being discussed now in Congress would include money to bail out states. The Democrats want money to bail out states. What say you? Should there be another package? And should there be one that sends money back to the states to help them during this time?
Oh, so Democrats is wanting another stimulus, huh? I think it's fine if the states get a stimulus, as long as it goes to the people and the small business. Small business is the ones that's the backbone of this country. This stimulus should be pork free, unlike the last one, and there shouldn't be no ice cream bought by Nancy Pelosi.
Okay, Paul Brown, do you understand the question, or do you need me to repeat it? Paul Brown.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Absolutely not. And we have states like California that are mismanaging their own budget and their own money. For instance, California has given a lot of money to illegal aliens. And I've never voted for a bailout bill for anybody, and we should not bail the states out either.
Okay, Kevin Tanner, bail the states out. Hey, the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell offered the states to file bankruptcy. What say you? And there is another package that is being talked about now.
Here's the problem, Brian. We are going to be hearing stories being written about for years to come about the amount of waste that's going to be wasted in the original bailout, the $2 trillion that we saw come out of Washington. President Trump is doing the right thing with good intentions. The problem is Congress, but more importantly, it's the out of control bureaucrats that are ultimately responsible for writing the regulation and overseeing the dollars that are coming down to the states. If we were responsible with the dollars that have already come out of Washington, we would not need another package.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Ethan Underwood, you are next. You hear the question. Mitch McConnell says to states, hey, take advantage of bankruptcy. The President of the United States says, look, some of them were in a lot of trouble before this started, maybe Illinois, New York, New Jersey, California, and many more. But what say the next package has money for the states, and it's also includes Georgia. What say you on bailing out the states?
We already have a federal emergency relief act that is designed for situations just like this. So the states can tap into those funds to get to people for medical provision, for masks, for medical equipment, and for people. And that's what this is designed for. It is not designed for the pork that is going to be put in by the Democrats. We're already seeing that they're threatening to hold up bills to prevent relief getting to businesses and employees and folks with mortgages, just so that they can get their liberal wish lists in. So no, I absolutely would not support any bill that A, is going to continue to pay pork to folks that don't need the relief. And secondly, especially the states. The states already have another mechanism. They don't need it in this bill.
Kelly Weeks, what say you?
Oh, can you hear me now? Okay. I'd have to ask, are the states not going to tax us? Because it seems like every level of government seems to think that they get their money from somebody different, and it's all coming from us. We're all the taxpayers here, and they act like they're going to get money from somebody different. I mean, if they're not going to tax us and they're going to ask for the federal government to pay it, well, they're just going to in turn tax us to pay for it. So we're all just getting billed again and again and again. I would say no, don't bail them out.
Okay, thank you. Matt Gertler, do I need to repeat the question?
No, thank you. I got it. When you look at things like this, why, as we as Americans are going to be bailing out the crazy liberal states like California? Are you kidding me? Conservatives shouldn't support this type of thing. Nancy Pelosi wants to force Georgians to bail out California. It's absolutely ridiculous. And we really have to look at what the proper role of government here is in regards to things like this. And so, I just think when you look at things like this, it's reckless. This is the United States of America. We should be looking back to the Constitution as constitutionalists and upholding our oaths to the Constitution. So thanks for the question.
Okay. John Wilkinson, do you need me to repeat the question?
I think I've got it, Brian. My observation, I'd just say probably if they had done the job they should have on the first bill and focused it toward what it need to be focused on, and instead of the pork, we probably wouldn't be talking about a second bill. So I know we can't go back, but I think that's what we should have done on the first bill, kept the pork out and just focused it on helping people. I am very proud that in our state, in Georgia, that we are a state that has a balanced budget. Our Constitution requires us to balance the budget. I really believe, I know that seems like a pipe to some people, but just think how different things would be if the federal government balanced their budget every year. And I know some people say that's like hoping for world peace, but that's something that I would advocate for. As you mentioned, I'm very proud of the fact that our state's in much better shape than a lot of other states, because we do have a balanced budget and a AAA bond rating, and we do have money in our reserve fund. So I'd have to really look at the bill and see what's in it, but I wouldn't be for putting any more pork in.
Okay, Andrew Clyde, as we've been talking about, we've passed Paycheck Protection Act, emergency funds for hospitals, emergency funds for ventilators, masks, medical equipment, the list goes on. But now they're discussing a bill, a relief package for states that would include money to bail out states. So what say you? Like I said, Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, said maybe states should take advantage of bankruptcy, and President Donald Trump said several were in trouble before this ever started. What say you about bailing out states, Andrew Clyde?
Oh, I don't doubt that several states were in trouble before this started because of irresponsible decisions at the state level. Bailouts don't work. Bailout bills are always filled with pork and actually reward bad decisions. So the states who make those bad decisions and therefore have no consequences because they get a bailout, they will continue to make bad decisions. So I think, bailouts are a bad idea. We have a huge national debt, and it would be irresponsible, in my opinion, to add more to it. We need to get the people back to work. That's what needs to happen. So bailouts are a bad idea, especially to the states.
Okay, let me say this. Before we move on, we just had a vote, and only 4 Republicans voted against this last bill. And the last bill they voted on just this past Thursday, only 4 Republicans again went. Sorry, sir. Just a minute, if I could find that, maybe. There we. But anyhow, the bill was just Thursday, and 4 Republicans, 3 from the Freedom Caucus voted no. And one of the biggest reasons was there's money in this last one that the president just signed for contact tracing, meaning giving big tech money, maybe apps to figure out if you test positive, who have you been around. And, there's a little concern about our constitutional rights, what we may be losing, our civil liberties. And so with 1 minute, what say you about what has taken place in the last 2 months? Your concern about maybe us losing constitutional rights. We'll start with Michael Bogus on this one here.
First and foremost, we shouldn't lose no constitutional rights. If they got pork in it for that, then I say the hell with it. Don't do it.
Okay, Paul Brown, the Thursday bill has money in there for what's called contact tracing. And my question is, all the way around in the last couple of months, what constitutional rights do you feel, are you concerned? And what do you see about maybe some overreach? Speak to that.
I'm absolutely concerned, and applaud our Congressman Jody Heiss for voting no on that bill. As I mentioned earlier, I've never voted for a bailout. We shouldn't have bailouts. It's just robbing money from one person to give it to another. The debt level is totally unsustainable. It's going to lead us to a financial collapse of this nation. And all of these bills are leading us to creeping socialism. That's what I fought against in Congress. I have that history. Unlike any other candidate in this race, I have that history of standing firm against the establishment in Washington and against bigger government. No other candidate has that history. No other candidate, no matter what, knows how they're going to vote when they get there. But people will know how I vote because they can look at how I voted. And they can look at my 4 questions. Is it right and moral? Is it constitutional? Do we need it? And can we afford it? If all 4 yes, I vote yes. If one's no, I vote no. That's the reason I was rated the very most conservative congressman in the whole U.S.
Okay, we only had one minute. We only had 1 minute in there. Kevin Tanner, in the last couple months, what have you seen? Like I said, Thursday's bill has money in it for what's called contact tracing. There was 4 Republicans, 3 from the Freedom Caucus that voted no on the bill. Everybody else voted yes. What have you seen in the last couple months concerning some constitutional rights or some overreach, and especially what happened in last Thursday's bill? Some people are concerned when they hear, contact tracing. What say you, Kevin Tanner?
Well, one of the things that history tells us during difficult times is when our constitutional rights are at most at risk. We saw that after September the 11th. We're seeing that now. Like I said earlier, it's been surprising to me how quickly people are willing to give up their freedoms for a momentary protection. So I have great concerns about that. Just a few months ago, we saw Ted Cruz vote against a spending resolution because it raised the tobacco age and did other things, had no business being in a spending bill. So I would have major concerns about contact tracing and the other things that were in the legislation.
Okay, Ethan Underwood, same question to you.
I had some concerns. The governor mentioned contact tracing here in Georgia, and we've watched the encroachment of on our liberties throughout this. And there are reasonable things that a government can do in a time of emergency. That's a 10th Amendment issue. You know, when we believe in all parts of the Constitution, governments, local governments can take reasonable steps. I don't believe making a list and asking people, who did you talk to, and we're going to make a permanent government record of that. That's not a reasonable step. I would not support contract tracing. I've had concern about the infringements on religious liberties. You can't give somebody a ticket for sitting in a church parking lot and not a Walmart parking lot. We all have to be treated equally. We have to take reasonable steps. I don't think contract tracing is a reasonable step.
Okay, Kelly Weeks, and you?
I think this has gotten a little out of hand. People are willing to give up freedoms for a little bit of safety. And I think there's something called personal responsibility. Everybody just needs to take care of themselves and do what's right. If they're sick, stay home. The government following us around and taking our temperature and finding out where we've been, that is just going way too far. That's big government overreach.
Okay, Matt Gertler, I'm not changing the question, but I'm keeping it in the same direction. You know, can't go to church. You can go to liquor store. You can't go to, you can't have a funeral over 10, but you could put 500 in a box store, whatever it may be. I mean, what say you, and what's your concerns with especially the last bill that was passed Thursday that has money for contact tracing? What say you about, what's your concerns about our constitutional rights and some liberties that we're giving up?
Yeah, just going back to the original question and this question as well, as one of the three elected officials in the State House and the Senate, I think it's funny when I hear my opponents like Tanner and Wilkinson say that they're fiscally conservative, yet they vote for the budgets, which add $1 billion to $1 billion every year to Georgians. I've opposed those budgets every year. And, we also take 1-to-1 from federal money, so that adds to the national debt. That's something that I've been fighting, for more transparency and accountability with HB4, which will break down the department, the budget by department, excuse me. But, I would have voted no to that bill. You have to look at, being a conservative, what it really means. And, can't just say I'm a conservative. That's what everybody says. And then everybody gets down there and they compromise, or they go up to DC and they compromise every time. I've seen it happen firsthand. It's absolutely egregious, and it really happens on the first vote. It's usually the budget vote in Georgia, at least, where they sell, a value for a vote, and then that integrity level is at 100%. Goes to 50 to 25 to 12.5, and then 0, and you're justifying every bad vote. And that's how you become a swamp creature and a rhino Republican or a bandwagon Republican.
All right, your time's up, Mr. Gertler.
So
okay, Mr. Wilkinson. That being said, he mentioned your name, so you'll get an additional response after this, additional time. But let's stay with the question, and you can respond any way you want on the liberties we may be losing. You just heard what I went through, the list and some concerns out there that we have in this country today. What say you, John Wilkinson?
Well, I think anytime the government gets involved with our personal liberties, that's not a good thing. And I know in this 9th Congressional District, where I've lived all my life, there are a lot of independent people up here in the mountains. But I think that if people around our country would kind of live the life that the people up here live and take personal responsibility, I keep coming back to that. If people would just use common sense, which seems to be an uncommon thing sometimes, if we would just use common sense, things would be a lot better. I don't think we need to depend on government to hold our hand and look after us. But I think we have an obligation to accept our personal responsibilities. And I'm proud of the state we live in. I'm proud to serve on the Appropriations Committee, and I'm proud that I've been able to help the counties in Northeast Georgia during my service in the legislature. I think that speaks for itself. When you got a AAA bond rating and a balanced budget, and you're the #1 place in the nation to do business, and you have 1 million more citizens than you did 10 years ago, something must be going right, and I'm proud to have been part of that.
All right, time up, Mr. Wilkinson. Andrew Clyde, do I need to repeat Well, you understand the topic. Do I need to repeat anything in that, or are you ready to go, Andrew Clyde?
No, I think I'm ready to go. I'm very concerned about contact tracing, which you asked about. I think the money should have been stripped out of that bill and redirected to small businesses. I think that would have probably made the vast majority of this latest bill unnecessary. I think that's why, I applaud Congressman Heiss of Georgia's 10th district for voting against it. We don't need to be adding $500 billion to our national debt. When that money was available in the first bill, it just needed to be redirected. And I'm also proud that Congressman Heiss, that I'm the only candidate that Congressman Heiss has endorsed in this race, because he knows I have the courage to stand up to big government. Thank you.
Okay, Maria Strickland, the same question. What concerns do you have on our constitutional rights as Americans? You got shelter in place, contact tracing, social distancing, essential business, government telling you what business is an essential business, non-essential business, churches, social gatherings, funerals, you name it. What say you, Maria Strickland?
Well, I believe there's definitely a government overreach, especially with the money that's going to the contact tracing. I don't think that should be in there at all. I feel that the Democrats try to sneak in all these kind of monies for specific programs that would just push us towards more of a socialist country, and we need to stop that. The whole media pushing for us to be traced with this contact tracing is completely out of control.
Okay. Now, before we take a short break, Kevin Tanner, Matt Gertler mentioned your name in his answer. Would you like to take 30 seconds to respond?
Sure thing. First of all, I'd like to say I'm a Thomas Jefferson and James Madison anti-federalist type politician. They believed in a limited role to the federal government. The states under the 10th Amendment have certain responsibilities: transportation, education, infrastructure, other things are part of our responsibility. I'm proud that we have a balanced budget in Georgia. We continue to balance that each year. We have a AAA bond rating, one of the few states in the country that does that. I'm proud that Governor Kemp continues to put forward a well-balanced conservative budget, and I've been proud to support that, along with most every Republican in the House. We did have some Democrats and one member of the panel here that did vote against the budget.
Okay, John Wilkinson, would you like to respond, considering Mr. Gertler mentioned you in his answer?
Oh, I think I've already responded.
Okay, thank you. All right, folks, we're going to take just one.
Brian?
Yeah, you do get 30 seconds. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. Well, if you look at that, I'm so sick of hearing this thing where we're conservatives, and yet and we have a AAA bond rating, but we add $1.5 billion to Georgians every year, and that's just a fact. And this is a fake conservative talking point that I hear at the Capitol all the time. Say I'm a conservative, I believe in limited government, yet I'm still voting for legislation that hurts Georgians. And so it's just common sense. If you want to prove a conservative, my record, just look at it. I have the most conservative voting record in the state. And this is the most conservative voting district in the nation, top 3. So it's just right there in front of everybody. And so I appreciate you letting me respond, Brian.
Okay, we're going to take a brief break. What we're going to do, we're going to thank our great sponsors tonight, Towns, Union, and Rabun County Republican Party, for this debate and bringing this together. And I tell you what, virtual debate with Zoom, I've never done it. I'm enjoying it. 1 minute after this, we'll have a lot more questions for our candidates. Go to break. Okay, we're back, folks. I am your moderator tonight, Brian Pritchard, CEO, FetchYourNews.com, FYN TV. We have our 9 candidates. You are watching the 9th Congressional District debate here in Georgia between 9 candidates. Hey, folks, COVID-19, coronavirus, we're not going to let that stop us from talking politics. Okay, we're not going to let that stop us from talking politics. And, we wanted to do the debate on the stage like we've always done, but we're doing a Zoom virtual debate. It is going very well. I want to thank Stephen Harper for making it work in there. I want to thank Robert for keeping up technically out front, and Destiny, who is producing this tonight. Now, back to our debate. Okay, folks, candidates, and this is going to be, first question goes to Paul Brown. When President Donald Trump, and probably, yes, before he became president, some started investigating him. From the time he took oath of office, there has been what's called the Russian collusion, delusion, the impeachment hoax. You know everything that has taken place. Our president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, has not had one day, in my opinion, that somebody has not attacked him in one way or another. That being said, I think voters are looking for a defender of the president. I really do. Currently, the Congressman Doug Collins has gained national recognition as being that defender of the president, among many more, through everything in the last 3 years. Congressman Doug Collins is not going to be in the 9th district. One of the 9 of you will be. So will you tell the voters right now, and think about it, how Congressman Collins has been on the floor. He goes to every microphone. He has gotten on the committees needed to be. But tell the voters right now in a minute and a half, don't veer off, how you will be a defender of the president if elected. Paul Brown, start with you.
I've been a very ardent supporter of President Trump and his policies, and I applaud what he's doing. People are concerned about his language and his tweets, but he's a street fighter, and I really appreciate that. The good thing about President Trump is it's the first president since Ronald Reagan who's really looked at making America great again and making America first. And I believe in that wholeheartedly. And in fact, all during this impeachment circus of the Democrats, I was posting on my own personal Facebook pages support of the president. In fact, I even suggested probably 6 or 8 months ago during that impeachment debacle of the Democrats that the liberals are going to find some way to shut the government down to try to take President Trump out. President Trump is one of the, if not the greatest presidents we've had in most of the people's lifetime all across the 9th Congressional District in the country. And I'm an ardent supporter of his. I'll continue to be an ardent supporter of his. I've been very vocal towards that, and I've been an activist in that regard.
Okay, time up. Okay, Kevin Tanner, same question goes to you, but I just want to, bring it back into the box here. Defender of the President of the United States, you have seen what's gone on in the last 3 years. Tell the voters in the 9th district, if elected, how they could count on you to go up there and defend the President of the United States against these Democrat inquiries and nonsense investigations. Go ahead, Kevin Tanner.
Well, thank you for the question. The entire 9th Congressional District, for the most part, all of our citizens, me included, are defenders of our president. President Trump's doing the right thing. He's one of the first leaders that we've had that's actually went to Washington, taking a businessman approach and not just a typical politician approach to actually get things done in Washington. Because of that, he's been attacked during his presidential primary all the way through until today. One of the things that I introduced in the General Assembly was an urging resolution encouraging a constitutional amendment to require that if we're going to bring articles of impeachment, that has to be done before we can do an investigation with a 2/3 vote of the United States Congress, because I'm afraid what we're going to continue to see is the Democrats use the stick and power of impeachment to continue to try to bring down Donald Trump, because President Trump is going to be reelected, and we need congressmen in the U.S. Congress that's going to be able to be there and defend him. Not only that, but President Trump needs people in Congress who can get things done, people who can bring forward positive legislation and move the needle forward. But they will continue to attempt to bring the president down. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that does not happen.
Okay, same for you, Ethan Underwood. How will you convince the voters tonight that through these, and if you want to highlight, do you think these have been Russian collusion, delusion, Robert Mueller, special counsel, impeachment trial, Jerry Nadler? We all watched the congressman in the 9th District sitting next to Jerry Nadler. What say you? How do you convince the voters of the 9th District that you will defend the President of the United States in Congress if elected? Ethan Underwood.
Brian, all those things that you just described shows what hostile territory we are going into. We are asking the voters to evaluate the 9 people here. And what I've got to tell you is who we send up there matters, because we are going up there into a street fight. I'm the only person who has taken on government for a living, and frankly, I'm pretty good at it. What Doug Collins has also shown us is that role in the Judiciary Committee is vital to keep the Democrats off of his back. I'm the only attorney. I'm the only government fighting attorney in the race. I've got the credentials to do that, and that's one of the first things I'm going to do is ask to take that seat on the Judiciary Committee to continue to protect Donald Trump from these baseless attacks.
Thank you, Ethan Underwood. Kelly Weeks, what say you about being the defender of the president and being strong enough to go to Washington, D.C. and get into the street fight as we all have seen? What say you, Kelly Weeks?
Well, I don't think Trump needs anybody to defend him. He can defend himself pretty darn good. I would say that the first 2 years that he was in, we had control of the House and the Senate, and the Republicans were very disappointing. They sat back and let him get run all over, and then we lost the House. And now the left has taken control again, and we have got some crazy women out there just spewing all kinds of socialist ideas. I think I would be the best person to go up there and fight against them, because you got to put fire with fire, and we need a good, strong woman up there to take on Nancy Pelosi, AOC, and her pack. So I would like to be that person.
Okay, Matt Gertler, same question for you. And when I say a defender of the president, I actually, you know what I mean. They're on the floor, trying to stop and get the truth out to the media, where that can be tough sometimes. Matt Gertler, how do you tell the people, the voters of the 9th Congressional District, they can count on you to defend the president when needed?
Thank you so much, Brian, for the question. Yeah, I think Trump is doing a fantastic job calling out the fake news and the deep state, and putting American values and principles first. It's absolutely so disrespectful, these Democrats, and coming after him and trying to undermine him through the deep state and through the FISA courts is really criminal. A lot of these people need to be in jail. If you look at, as an elected official, as a congressman, you need to hold these bureaucrats and the politicians accountable for what they do. And I look forward to defending President Trump if I'm elected. If you look at my record as well, I'm the most attacked state legislator in the state for the last 4 years. And that is, a proven record, like I said, willing to stand up and say the hard truths when no one else will. And I've proven that more than anybody in this race, and that's just a fact. And so, when you get up to D.C., you have to be able to walk the walk and talk the talk. And so if you look at the record, it's just right there, like I said. And you have to have people in there that won't be squishes, like I said, rhino Republicans that just go along to get along. And it's just too much of that. We see that everywhere. I see it for every day on the state capitol, and in D.C., it's just on steroids. So you just have to be able to articulate what you believe in, and also be able to back that up with a vote, and not walk out the House floor or not show up to advocate your duty to the people who elected you. And so it's just right there. Thanks so much for the question, though.
Okay, John Wilkinson, what say you? How do you tell and convince the voters of the 9th District when I say defend the President of the United States? I think we all have seen on a daily basis what he's up against, no matter what it is, whether it be impeachment. And what if they try impeachment again? What say you, John Wilkinson?
Thank you, Brian. Well, first of all, we all come into this race with our different areas of expertise. Now, I'm not an attorney, but I do have a background in agriculture, and I've had statewide responsibilities in agriculture for over 30 years. Many people lose sight of the fact that the biggest business and industry in our state and in North Georgia is agriculture and agribusiness. I feel like that I have a good relationship with the president. You know, sometimes with politicians, it seems like some people are more concerned about making a point than they are getting something done. I really feel like that I've been a senator who's been able to get something done for my constituents. I've been invited by the president to the White House on 2 occasions during the past 4 years. So if I'm elected, it won't be like it's the first time that I've been there, and we won't be beginning our relationship. So I have a great relationship with Secretary of Agriculture, Sonny Perdue. We've worked together for over 20 years. I visited with him in his office in D.C. less than a month ago. So I think that I would be a great defender of agriculture. And just during this virus recently, just think about what it would have been like if we'd have been out of food at our grocery stores. And a lot of times we take our farmers for granted, but that is a big part of our national security.
Andrew Clyde, we have seen in the last several years congressmen like Jim Jordan, Devin Nunes, Mark Meadows, and Doug Collins, and we have seen them defend and try to stay above everything to keep defending the president on a daily basis. When we think about in the 9th District, the next congressman in the 9th District, how do you tell the voters tonight you will be a defender of the president and they can count on you? Andrew Clyde.
Well, I am already a very strong defender of the president and have been so since September of 2016, before he was even elected president. You will see the Trump Pence signs out in front of my business. You know, I don't care who thinks, you know, that they don't like the president. I'm going to stand for the president. He's a bare knuckle New York street brawler, and that's what we need. I think his tweets are great because it drives the narrative. Trump doesn't care what the media thinks. In fact, he's coined the phrase fake news. You know, you mentioned Mark Meadows and you mentioned Jim Jordan and Andy Biggs. They're the current or former chairmen of the Freedom Caucus. I would be a member of that Freedom Caucus because they are the most ardent defenders of the president. As a 28-year military officer with 3 combat tours, I know how to fight, and I would defend the president.
Maria Strickland, what say you?
Thank you, Brian. First of all, I support President Trump and his policies. I would support him every chance I get. And also, we need to vote Republican. We need to bring in that vote. We need to take the House. And I want to be there to do that. The impeachment was a hoax. I don't know why it went so long, why it continued to go so long. It should never have gone so long. And the media, I think, is a big part of that. They are so far left liberal, follow along with them and go after the president, everything he does, everything he says, and it's really ridiculous. I am up for the fight. I've been fighting my whole career, and I think I have that strong voice that could do a lot for him. And I look forward to attacking the deep state and the fake news and the socialists who are getting out of control. Thank you.
Maria, thank you. Michael Bogus, what say you? How do you convince the voters of the 9th District at this time that you're the one that needs to go to D.C. and you will defend the president and be a strong supporter of Donald J. Trump?
Well, first off, I would take a bullet for the president. I love the man. I got a shrine at my home. I got a 1911 engraved with White House and Mr. President on there. So I've been a fan of the president for a long time, right when he started running. As far as when I get to Washington, you know what? I'd love to see public hanging. And there's some specific ones to be hung. Them treacherous bastards should have been hung right off the start. $32 million that we could have helped house the homeless veterans. A waste of money on a hoax, bullshit impeachment.
Mr. Bogus, your time is up. Thank you. Okay, we're going to we have watched the investigation, so I guess Republicans are hoping to take back the House. In the next session, Republicans would hope to take back the House. So let's say you're elected and you're going to serve in the majority. You're going to get an opportunity to go to Congress and you're going to serve in the majority. Let's turn it around from the investigations of the Democrats. Let me hear from you. What investigations, what do you think once Republicans get the gavel and chair these committees that you would want to start investigating or change being in the majority? And that goes to Kevin Tanner.
To see a serious inquiry into Hillary Clinton. I think that the focus has been on President Trump. It should have been on the Clintons, their entire operation. But, I also think when the Republicans take back to the majority, we have to get back to actually leading. And that means we need to introduce and pass a balanced budget amendment. We need to pass a balanced budget. We need to bring our debt under control and our deficit under control and actually start leading by example again. It was said earlier, the Republicans had control of the House during President Trump's first part of his presidency, and we didn't accomplish a whole lot for President Trump. So we need to take full advantage, get the House back, and actually lead again in this country.
Okay, Ethan Underwood, Republicans are in the majority. We have watched the investigations. There's a lot Republicans can do as far as balancing budgets and leading again. What say you if you were there in Congress in the majority? What would you like to see happen?
Well, we need to be the adults in the room. And what we've got to deal with right now is getting our businesses back, getting them moving, get people working again. And we need to have an inquiry on China. We need to find out what China knew, why they were withholding medical masks from us. They went out and bought up 300 million masks after the pandemic had been released in the United States. They're not our friend. We have got to spend our time getting businesses from manufacturing businesses in China back into the United States so that we don't ever put ourselves in this risky situation again. We've got to have access to pharmaceutical manufacturing, healthcare manufacturing, and we need to have an inquiry on China because they have really shown us that they're not our friend. They've shown us that they're not even our ally, and they will do anything they can to cut our throats. Rather than going after Democrats and, hey, look, they're the problem, they're the children. But we got to be the adults in the room, and we got to get the answers of what did China know, and how can we get our businesses back, our people back to work, and how can we make America safe again?
Okay, Kelly Weeks, if you were to go to Washington, D.C., and Republicans take back the House and you're in the majority, we have watched the Democrats with these long investigations. Do you feel there's some investigations on the other side? And what say you concerning what the Republicans can accomplish if back in the majority? Kelly Weeks.
Well, I think for starters, we do need to find out how all these fake things started and investigate Pelosi and Schumer and everybody that put out all this stuff with Russia and everything else. I think that there is a price to pay for that, and they need to be punished, and really ultimately they need to be kicked out of Congress. But also we just need to get back to work. I mean, the country is falling apart right now. We need to get it back open. We need to concentrate on getting manufacturing back into America and getting our people back to work. And we don't need to be dependent on anybody else. Right now, being dependent on other countries to get things is just wrong. And so we need to turn that back around.
Okay, your time is up. Thank you. Matt Gertler, what say you? The Republican Party is in the majority. You are the congressman from the 9th District. What do you want to see Republicans accomplish if given the opportunity? And are there a couple investigations Republicans as chairman of committees should launch?
Yeah, thank you for the question. One of the most egregious things that I've seen is these secret courts, the FISA courts, that spied on our president. How criminal is that? And no one's held accountable. You know, as congressmen, we should be calling out the corruption, the bureaucrats, the politicians that go along with this on both sides of the aisle. It's absolutely criminal. You have to lead by example. It's the hardest thing to do, but you've got to do it. And you can do that every time to really, to make things better. If you don't do that, you're not willing to do that, you might as well just go home. But these secret courts, they spied on our president. No one's been held accountable. It's absolutely crazy. It's criminal. We've got to hold those people accountable. And I look forward to doing that if I'm a congressman every day. Thank you so much for the question.
John Wilkins, same thing. You go to Washington, D.C. as the congressman from the 9th District, and immediately you're in majority. What would you like to see Republicans do? You know the question.
Well, the thing I would not like to see us do is to do what the Democrats have done and throw millions of dollars and millions of hours of time away just on some kind of trumped up investigation. I kind of believe in politics that you need to handle your politics kind of like you drive your car. I think you need to have a little bit of rear view mirror that you look in occasionally, and you need to spend most of your time going forward looking out the big windshield. And there are a lot of challenges that face our country today, and that would consume all our time in Congress. I think it's imperative that Republicans take control of the Congress, and when they do, I don't think we need to look back. I think we need to come up with policies that fight against government overreach, that make it easier for our small businesses in America, and just don't look back and move America forward.
Thank you very much. Andrew Clyde, do I need to repeat the question?
Good. I certainly believe in moving America forward too, but there can be nails in the road too, and that give you flat tires. And the Department of Justice and the FBI certainly have some problems in them. They need to be non-political, and they are political right now. Bill Barr has been doing a great job, I think, as Attorney General, but there needs to be accountability, and some of those people need to be held accountable by going to jail. I think the World Health Organization needs to be investigated, and I think we need to defund it. And I think China needs to be investigated for starting this pandemic, and they need to be charged for it and figure out a way to do that. But I think most of our time, though, does need to be used going forward, taking care of things like deregulating the firearms industry. Thank you.
Okay, Maria Strickland, you're elected. You represent the 9th District. Republicans are in the majority. What would you like to see Republicans do?
I support President Trump withdrawing from the World Health Organization, and I support an investigation on how the World Health Organization handled the information of the COVID-19 pandemic. The government needs to make China responsible for the loss of life and the financial hardship it brought onto this country for lying about its statistics on the COVID-19 virus. I feel that we should deduct that amount from the debt that is owed to China. And also, we need to stop all Chinese students from entering into the United States, because we keep seeing a problem with these students bringing back a lot of our information to China. So that would be one of the first things I think that we should be doing. Michael
Bogus, you're elected. You're on. you are in a majority. The Republicans hold the House and the chairmanship of every committee. What would you like to see Republicans do?
It's pronounced bogus. And
I'm
first
sorry.
off,
I'm sorry, sir.
it's all
I
right.
apologize. I really do.
First off, I would like to see transparency in spending. We need to be cutting federal spending, putting the savings towards the American people. We're not doing that. Yet we're sitting here spending millions upon millions of dollars on frivolous things that we really don't have to have. Bring the money back to the American people. As far as China, tell them to kiss our ass. We don't owe them nothing. Period.
Mr. Bogus, I do want to apologize. Bogus, thank you. I apologize for that. All right, Paul Brown, in the majority, Republicans. There's chairman has switched. The gavel goes over to the Republicans. What would you like to see Republicans accomplish?
When I go back to Washington, I'll have the 7.5 years seniority that I already had when I left. And I was the chairman of the investigations and oversight subcommittee on science. So there's a very good likelihood I'll be back in that same position. So I could launch an investigation into this coronavirus in China and all the things that other candidates have been saying. Every single committee in Congress has its own investigation authority. There's an investigation subcommittee of every single one of those. There's so many things that we need to be investigating. We need to investigate this coup that was attempted against President Trump. We need to investigate, as my friend said, the Pfizer court and what went on there. We need to investigate Hillary Clinton and what she has done. We need to hold people accountable. There are people that need to go to jail. So there are so many things that need to be investigated, and I'll be right in the forefront of doing so because of my seniority there. And also, I know all these people who are involved on the Republican side as well as the Democrat side, and I can work with them to try to put us back on the right course that our founding fathers had it. So I, unlike any other candidate, can go to work immediately while they're looking to find where the bathrooms are. I can be investigating things.
All right, time up, Mr. Brown. Okay, now we're going to move to our next question, and our question now goes to Ethan Underwood. We're going to switch directions, but what I would like to do is stay in. The Republicans have the majority. What would you like to see? You have the majority, you're elected, and let's go to health care. We hear the Democrats talk about universal health care. Bernie Sanders, one plan fits all. We have heard the Democrats debate health care over the past several months, but you are elected. Republicans are in the majority. Tell us about prescription drug plans. What say you on pre-existing conditions, and what should Republicans try to accomplish in the majority with health care? Ethan Underwood.
First off, let me tell you, I have a daughter who has Down syndrome. And within 3 months of her birth, she had open heart surgery. And within 9 months after that, she had chemotherapy. We had a hard time with when she was born. But because of that, I am adamantly opposed to a single payer healthcare system. If we had had a system like that, like in Canada, she never would have gotten the treatment that she needed in time. So I am a staunch supporter of a private healthcare system. We need to make health insurance be able to travel with people. Right now, it is latched on to your employer, and it's just not how we work anymore. So we need a portable healthcare system that goes with folks. We need people to be able to buy healthcare across state lines. I do support making sure that people with pre-existing conditions can buy healthcare. There's too many folks that are struggling, and we understand that. We have to have a feasible healthcare system for those people as well, but I think there's free market solutions to that.
Okay, thank you very much, Kelly Weeks. Like I said, Republicans, they have the House, and we have heard the Democrats on the debate stage for the past several months talk about universal health care, Obamacare, fixing Obamacare. What should Republicans do concerning health care?
Well, the government needs to get out of healthcare. They need to get out of it completely. The private sector will fix it on its own. If we want to cut costs, then we need transparency and we need the government out of their way.
Okay. All right, Matt Gertler, same question goes to you. I know you've been following this. So what do Republicans do? And keep in mind, you're in the majority when you get there. What should they do with health care? And what do you tell the voters in the 9th District you would work on as a plan?
Thank you so much for the question. Well, we need to stand firm against socialized medicine. You know, if you look at the free markets, what that means is you have lower cost and higher quality with increased competition there. If you look at these Rhino Republicans, they campaigned on repealing Obamacare for 8 years, and then we got control of the House, the Senate, and the executive, yet they couldn't even repeal Obamacare. It's absolutely unbelievable. That's when I talk about bandwagon Republicans, Rhino Republicans. It's the same type of thing I see at the state house. Everybody says they're conservatives. Everybody says they're Republicans, yet they don't vote that way. And it's more lip service. You know, we've got to get the government out of healthcare, and we'd be a lot better off. Just look at the VA, that's socialized medicine right there, and ask them how they're doing. You know, it's absolutely egregious what's going on when the government's taking over 1/6 of the economy. It's not constitutional, and we have got to get back to a limited government, and we've got to repeal Obamacare and start acting like Republicans. You know, if you can't say you're a Republican and support policies like this, you can't say you're a Republican and support bloated budgets. You can't say you're Republican and not sign on the constitutional carry. It's absolutely ridiculous. But that's how I see it. Thank you so much for the question.
Okay, John Wilkinson, same question goes to you. Healthcare, we have watched, as I said, Democrats, socialized medicine, one plan fits all, Obamacare. But if the Republicans have the majority in the House, what should they do? What kind of bill would you like to see?
The best thing that could happen for the American people, in my opinion, is get the federal government completely out of the healthcare business. A challenge that we have in the 9th Congressional District right now that I'm very concerned with, many of our rural hospitals are just teetering on the brink of closure. And one of the reasons for that, a big reason for that, are the federal regulations, the federal guidelines. I agree, it's a travesty when we had majorities in the House and Senate that we could not repeal Obamacare. We need to do that. We need to get the federal government out. I talk to hospital administrators and people in the healthcare industry, and they have to hire people who do nothing but paperwork, hundreds of pages of paperwork every week to try to get money that they've earned from the federal government. Sometimes they get it, sometimes they don't. People in our rural areas in the 9th District deserve good health care, and the best way to get that is to get the federal government completely out of it.
Thank you, Andrew. Clyde, again, do I need to repeat the question?
Sure, go ahead.
Republicans have the majority. We have listened to Democrat debates talking about socialized medicine, Bernie Sanders, one size fits all, Obamacare. But if Republicans have majority, what kind of bill, what do you think Republicans ought to do concerning health care?
Well, first off, I would definitely vote to repeal and eliminate Obamacare once and for all. We've gotten rid of the individual mandate. Okay, but it all needs to go, and we need to go back to free market solutions. That means being able to purchase healthcare insurance across state lines to increase competition. I think that's what's necessary. Keep the federal government out, allow the states to manage healthcare, and allow the free market to manage healthcare.
Thank you. Maria Strickland, what say you?
Thank you. First of all, I think we should completely repeal Obamacare. I believe the United States needs a free and open market and insurance companies so insurance companies can compete. The government needs to reduce its interfering on insurance companies, which is already heavily regulated. We need to reduce medication prices that are crippling the American healthcare system. I'm going to make it a requirement that there's a provision for pre-existing conditions on all policies. Also, insurance coverages should be able to travel from state to state. And we need to bring pharmaceutical manufacturing back to the U.S., ensuring that we have ample supplies and that are ready and available. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Michael Bogus, what say you on what Republicans should present to the American people concerning health care?
Well, first and foremost, Congress is not going to write a law that does not include them. So if they're going to be involved in healthcare, which they will, there's no matter what you do, they're going to be involved in it. Make them take the same insurance as the everyday people. I think we should be focused on transparency in medical cost. That way we can pick and choose where we go. I also believe that we should raise the cost of workers' comp insurance. That way it brings down to lower the cost for regular people, because workers' comp does not pay the same as regular health insurance. I know I had to deal with it before. They was going to charge me $8,000 for an MRI when it was workers' comp. It was $800. It shouldn't be that way. So I believe Congress should have to accept the same insurance as everyday American citizens.
Okay, Paul Brown, what say you? Do I need to repeat the question?
No, you don't have to repeat the question. In fact, what we need to do is pass my Option Act, which is the only Republican bill that truly, fully repeals Obamacare. And it puts doctors and patients in charge of making all the healthcare decisions. As a medical doctor, I've fought in that area for a long period of time. So I have some unique input and experience with that. My Option Act was endorsed by Freedom Works, the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, which is the conservative alternative to the AMA. It was lauded by the Heritage Foundation as well as in Forbes magazine. What it does is it makes all healthcare goods and services cheaper for everybody. It provides access to good quality healthcare for all Americans, and it will save Medicare from going broke. It's the only Republican bill that would do that as well. And it does some unique things. For instance, as a medical doctor, I've literally given away hundreds of thousands of dollars of my services over a 40-year career, 40-plus year career of delivering healthcare to my patients. And what we do in my bill is we give doctors a tax credit. And
Paul Brown, your time is up, Mr. Brown. Okay, Kevin Tanner, you're in the majority. You know, we're hearing about Medicare. We want to, the president has guaranteed to save that. Medicare, we hear about rural hospitals, prescription drugs, pre-existing condition, and then we hear the Democrats wanting a one-size-fit-all government insurance, socialized medicine. What say you the Republicans can do, Kevin Tanner, on healthcare?
Well, first of all, socialized medicine doesn't work. There's plenty of examples around the world where we should be looking, and it just does not work. The only solution to healthcare is going to be a free market solution. It's already been mentioned. We need competition across state lines. We need Medicaid block grants to the states. The federal government should not be dictating to the state how they handle the Medicaid funding. We need truth and billing from the hospitals. But a bigger underlying problem is the pharmaceutical companies have their hand in most every congressional race and congressman in Washington. They're controlling the drug prices. Governor Kemp appointed me to chair the Mental Health Reform Commission last year. One of the biggest challenges we face is the pharmaceutical companies and their desire not to have changes in our healthcare system.
Okay, we're going to ask all the candidates. We're going to move to like 1 minute on answers. Again, if you would like to give rebuttal, just ask me on any question, but we're going to move to 1 minute in an effort to get a couple more subjects in. So Kelly Weeks, we're going to start with you. Tonight we've talked about several candidates have brought up China and the Wuhan virus that was moved here to the United States is worldwide. We see every day what has happened with the Wuhan China virus, COVID-19. What do you say where President Trump says, you know, we have to defund the World Health Organization? Do you agree with that? And how should we respond to China through this whole pandemic? Go, Kelly Weeks.
Well, if WHO isn't going to help us, then yes, we should defund it because we're giving a lot of money to them and they're not supporting us the way they should. I also think we should defund the UN and several other organizations that aren't necessarily for us right now. As far as maybe we should punish China and take away some of the money that we owe them, because they put a lot on us. We've got a lot of people out of work right now because of this. They lied to us. WHO lied to us, and it puts us in a really bad situation. And now we're going to have to spend trillions of dollars to try to get our economy up and running and get back to maybe back to normal one day. But
Kelly, your time is up. Matt Gertler, same question. We feel with enough evidence that the World Health Organization with China has not been honest or forthright with our government. We have 26 million people unemployed. We have trade agreements with China. Do you agree with defunding the World Health Organization? And how should we address China going forward, Matt Gertler?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. Of course, we need to defund them. We need to focus on America first, like our president says, and we need to cut foreign aid. You see this billions and trillions of dollars going to foreign aid. It's absolutely egregious. We need to be focusing on our own citizens, on Americans, and Americans' rights, and what founded this country. If you look at what the founding fathers said, we want to trade with all, be wary of tangling alliances. And so we have to keep that in mind when we look at things like this, because the government just spends our money like drunken sailors all the time on projects and other things that have nothing to do with the proper role of government whatsoever, and especially when it comes to our foreign aid. I mean, if you even look at Barack Obama's presidency, he was funding our enemies. It's absolutely egregious. And we just have to get back to what the proper role of government means. And that means putting American values and principles first and foremost and upholding our constitutional oaths. It was written for American citizens.
Your time is up, Mr. Gertler.
Thank you so much.
Your time is up. John Wilkinson, what say you concerning the World Health Organization? Do we defund them? What kind of investigation? How do we go forward with China after what the devastation to the world plus this country? How would you handle that, and what's your opinion?
First of all, I would support defunding the World Health Organization. I think there's some lessons that we can learn. It's a very difficult time for our country. There are some very negative numbers out there, but if you look back at the history of our country and the history of our people here in the 9th Congressional District, our country has always been at its best during times of adversity. And I think that we need to be positive and remember that our best days are ahead of us. We're resilient. We will come back. But it will be a mistake if we don't learn some lessons from what we've been through. Some of the lessons, I do think China intentionally misled us. I think they had a responsibility to be forthcoming with the information about the virus at the very beginning. I think another thing we can learn when we're dealing with countries like that, they don't need to be on our most favored trading partner status. And we do, as I mentioned earlier tonight, we do need to move our essential manufacturing back to the United States, and we shouldn't have to depend on China or anyone else for our essential manufacturing. I think another big lesson we can learn is the last thing that we want to do is have to depend on China or Mexico or anyone else for our food supply. So we'll get past this, and I hope we remember these lessons moving forward.
Okay, your time is up. Thank you, sir. Andrew Clyde, same question. Do I need to repeat that, sir?
Irresponsible when it comes to the Wuhan, China coronavirus. They were deceptive to the entire world. So I don't think there's any reason to ever trust them again. It was evident, I think, that they had their hand in the pocket of China. I think China was deceptive and used the World Health Organization as a pawn to deflect the blame for this, for the origin of the virus. They even claimed that it came from the U.S. military at one point. So I think China should be charged for the cost of this pandemic. And as a congressman, I would go to Congress and use the power of Congress to affect that, whatever way is possible.
Okay, and you, Maria Strickland, what say you concerning China, the Wuhan virus? Hey, we've got 26 million people out of work. We're essential, non-essential. We're having to do debates, virtual debates like this. Things have changed for our children in schools. So how do we address China going forward and the World Health Organization? Maria Strickland.
I support President Trump withdrawing funds from the World Health Organization. And I support an investigation on how the World Health Organization handled the information of the COVID-19 pandemic. The government needs to make China responsible for the loss of life and financial hardship it brought to our country for lying about the statistics of the COVID-19 virus. I feel that we should deduct the amount from the debt that is owed to China and also refuse any Chinese students from entering into the United States that could potentially harm or threaten us in the future. Thank you.
Okay, Michael Bogus, what say you?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we absolutely should defund the WHO. We should also defund the UN. I mean, we never should have been funding them to begin with. That's our tax money that we're paying these people. So yes, absolutely, we should defund them. Also, we should stop allowing them to buy stock in our companies. They're buying America right now, and we're not doing a damn thing about it. We're allowing it. We need to stop it. Yes, eliminate all foreign aid. Other countries can hate us for free.
Okay, moving along. Kevin Tanner, what say you? Do I need to repeat the question, sir?
No, I've got it. Yes, we definitely need to defund it. You know what? I enjoy watching President Trump continue to win. You know, during the presidential election, he continued to say things the media would talk about. He was crazy, that it just wasn't factual, and then it would be proven that he was correct. He started talking about China then. He started talking about the fact that we needed to bring our jobs home, that we needed to bring essential manufacturing home. It's taken something like the coronavirus to prove that to be true. Pesticides that I use on my farm that we use to make a living should not be manufactured in China. Medication should not be manufactured in China. China needs to be held accountable, and any country we provide foreign aid to needs to be held accountable. And we need to defund the United Nations.
Thank you, sir. Ethan Underwood, do I need to repeat the question, sir?
No, sir. Now, first and foremost, we absolutely should defund the World Health Organization. And think about this. The World Health Organization was set up for the very purpose of letting people know about pandemics and preventing them. But they actively colluded with China. So, no, they don't. They should not be funded by the United States, and they really ought to be shut down. Now, the only way to get the point across to China is to hit them in the wallet. And the best way we can do that is to bring our manufacturers home from China to the United States so that A, we shore up our national security, but two, we hit them in the wallet and let them know that we're not going to stand for this. Now, this is a unique opportunity. It is a good opportunity for us now to learn where the chinks in our armor is. Fortunately, this pandemic has not been as virulent as it was projected to be. So we need to use this opportunity to shore up our medical stores and bring these manufacturers of pharmaceuticals back home.
Paul Brown, do I need to repeat the question concerning the coronavirus, China, 26 million unemployed, the World Health Organization? What say you, Paul Brown?
And all these other candidates talk about what they will do, but you can know where I'm going by looking at where I've been. I already mentioned that I introduced more targeted spending cuts than any other member of Congress, and one of those targeted spending cuts was to totally defund the United Nations. Every part of the United Nations ultimately is geared to try to make a one world governance. They want globalism. And that's what World Health Organization is all about. That's what the UN's all about. We need to defund the UN. I've already introduced legislation to try to do that, and I will continue to try to defund the United Nations when I get back there.
Okay, candidates, you guys have done an amazing job. Folks at home, it is really tough for them to see their time card that it's running out. So I want to thank all of you. But we have 2 questions we have to get in before closing statements. So I'm going to ask our timekeeper to actually just cut your mic after a minute. Sorry about that, but we have no choice because these next 2 questions are very important so we can get to our closing statements. Also, every candidate has been given an opportunity to open with a question and close. So I'm going to go a different direction here, but we're going to talk about immigration. Let's go back, okay? And this question is, we're going to start out with Paul Brown, and let's go back to Republicans have the majority. Now, we out there that keep track, I'll include you folks at home, we go all the way back to George W. Bush and his immigration plan. And the Democrats had the majority, the super majority, with Barack Hussein Obama, and they did nothing about it. I'm not going to just put immigration into a box. The president has 450 miles worth of wall that will be done by the end of the year. ICE cannot get sanctuary cities to comply with detainer orders. Do we defund them? And what would I know a minute, but what would a Republican immigration fix look like? Does it include Dreamers, amnesty? That's a big box for a minute. I'm sorry, but we're going to start with you, Paul Brown.
Until we secure the borders and until we start enforcing the laws that are on the books, nothing else matters. We've got to stop this flood of illegal aliens in this country. They're not immigrants, they're lawbreakers, they're aliens, and they must be dealt with in that manner. We've got a broken legal immigration system. The REINS Act that my friend Tom Cotton, U.S. Senator from Arkansas, introduced is a beginning. In fact, our Senator David Perdue is a co-sponsor of that bill. Immigration could take, we could take the whole 2.5 hours to discuss that, but we've got to secure the borders. We've got to start enforcing the laws. We've got to deal with the legal immigration fiasco that we have now. And as a congressman, I will fight real hard to support President Trump in doing all of that.
Ethan Underwood, we see sanctuary cities, we see ICE asking for detainer orders so that they can just pick the illegals up for deportation right out of the jail. A lot of cities complain about SWAT teams showing up, but ICE, if they had the deportation orders, what would a Republican immigration fix look like in a majority this next session if you get the opportunity?
First and foremost, we would secure our borders. We would defund sanctuary cities, and we would be looking at immigration reform so that we are still allowing work visas. We don't need to confuse immigration with work visas. We need folks in the agricultural sector. We need them in the technology sector to come in and work from other countries, as long as they're not driving down wages for Americans who want those jobs. But we do know that, particularly in the night, the poultry industry is vital to have those agricultural visas. But immigration reform is also our key to solving birthright citizenship. If we make sure that everybody in our country who is not a citizen, we know who they are, we know that they have a visa, and if they have children here, their children are not going to be born citizens and become voters like the Democrats want them to be. But if you are here illegally, you don't have a visa, they need to be sent home.
Okay, same question. It goes to you, Kevin Tanner. What do we need to do? Republicans now, they're in the majority. Keep that in mind. It's time to fix immigration. We'll say that. And illegals, how do we handle that? The Dreamers, I know it's a lot in a minute, but what say you? Kevin Tanner.
Well, first thing we got to do, if your arm's cut off, you got to stop the bleeding. And that's the first thing we've got to do is we've got to control our borders. We've got to secure the border. We have to do what Trump has been saying, and that's build the wall and control the immigration coming into this country. We need to improve programs like the H-2 Agriculture Work Visa Program. That's something that people in my industry, the poultry industry, use. It's a good tool. It controls who comes into the country. They stay for a short period of time and they go home. And we also need to do what Governor Deal talked about as a congressman. We need to end birthright citizenship. He talked about that, and I'm proud to have his endorsement in this race. And that's something he's talked about all the way back to the time he was in Congress.
Kelly Weeks, what say you concerning immigration?
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yes.
This has been going on all my life. I mean, I heard it back with Reagan. I'm 50 years old, and nothing's ever solved with this. We've got to secure the borders. No federal assistance for anyone here illegally. ICE needs to send them right back. Defund sanctuary cities, but we need to also make legal immigration easier. Sometimes it takes people years and years and years to try to get in. And if we could make that a little bit simpler, then maybe they wouldn't come here illegally. But first and foremost, secure the borders.
Okay.
I lost you.
I'm not going in the order, team, because we've already done that. So Matt Gertler, do we have him?
Okay, you went out there for a second. I don't know what
All
happened.
right, there you are. Matt, do I need to repeat the question?
No, I think I got it. Really what we need to be doing is getting rid of the welfare state. If you look at that immigration and what's happening in the United States, you can't have strong border security with a massive welfare state. So we need to be securing our borders, absolutely. And fighting against sanctuary cities as well and defunding them completely. No tax dollars should ever go to that. It's absolutely egregious what we see happening in states like California and the liberal states and what they're doing and allowing illegals to vote in elections as well. It's un-American. And thank you so much for the question.
Okay, Michael Bogus, what say you? Do I need to repeat the question? Immigration, Republicans are in control. How do we fix it?
Yes, sir. Thanks for your question. First and foremost, to fix it, we got to fix our judicial system. I mean, when an illegal immigrant comes over, we give them a piece of paper with the hopes that they'll come back to court. Start charging that individual $500 a day before, until he gets caught or she gets caught. Then make them pay it all. If they don't pay it all, deport them. I mean, that way we're getting money back from what they're using on our welfare system. But we already have a security program. It's called Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution. And we should be invoking that. The American people can protect our borders.
Maria Strickland, you're next.
Thank you. I support the border wall and border security. We need to reform immigration laws so that the illegal immigrants who are deported directly from the border. ICE needs increased federal support against the sanctuary cities who would interfere in their duties. We need to stop all federal funding to illegal immigrants, which in turn would deter people from trying to enter into the U.S. illegally. We need stricter vetting on people entering into the country to eliminate those who would threaten our way of life and try to do us harm. Thank you.
Andrew Clyde, what say you? Do I need to repeat the question, sir?
No, sir. First, we have to build the wall across the entire southern border, make it high and make it strong. Defund sanctuary cities. Everyone who denies immigration detainer orders, there needs to be no amnesty for illegals, no dreamers with special status, send them back to their home country. No chain immigration, no birthright citizenship, no immigration lottery. People who come here should be screened for a strong work ethic, I think, so they don't become a public problem and get on welfare. And I'm a child of a mother who's an immigrant. she came here legally as the wife of a Navy officer, my father. So everyone else has to come here legally too. Thank you.
John Wilkinson, what say you? Do I need to repeat the question, sir?
I don't think so, Brian. I'm sure everyone's noticed as they listen to all these answers, there are a lot of commonalities. I think this goes back to another point. It seems that every time the federal government gets involved in something, it just becomes complicated. I really think, as you've been hearing, it's very simple. Number one, secure the border. Number two, enforce the current law. Number three, come up with a worker visa program that actually works and lets people in who are here for the right reason and sends them back when their time's up. To me, that's just common sense, and we need more common sense in DC.
Thank you. We have one more question and comments, because obviously in the 9th Congressional District of Georgia, how could we have a debate without this question? Again, we're asking everybody to stay within a minute. We're going to start at the top of our list. The question is, everything we have talked about tonight has bearing all over the world and all over the United States. The 9th Congressional District, what I want to know from each and every one of you now, can you give me one thing that you think is an important issue or something you would like to focus on that pertains to the 9th District? And tell the voters now, if the only way I know to put it, you go to Washington, D.C., you don't forget them. How do you plan to stay in touch with the voters? So if you have Matt Gertler, let's start with you.
Thanks for the question, Brian. Well, as the third most conservative district in the United States, people care obviously about conservative principles. And, my record in the state house is a proven record. If you want a real conservative, a lame rhino Republican, vote me, Matt Gertler, on June 9th for this congressional seat. How to stay in touch with the constituents. This is something I was very good at as a state representative. I continue to do this, having regular town halls, having my personal cell phone number available to the voters. Being able to reach out to me and be accessible is very important. I've explained all my votes for the last 4 years. I voted yes or no to a bill. I would tell the voters why I did. Also, regular newspaper columns throughout the 9th District. I plan on doing that as well to keep the constituents updated regularly. But really, the most important thing in this election is having a true conservative representing one of the most conservative areas in the United States of America. And our campaign is fueled by grassroots.
John Wilkinson, you're next. We're sorry to cut the candidates' mics. We just have to keep moving. John Wilkinson, what is one of the most important issues to the 9th District that you think you would like to work for? And also, how do you plan to stay in touch with the people of the 9th District if elected?
Well, a lot of my background is in agriculture, and it is the number one business in the 9th Congressional District. So I would want to be an advocate for the farmers and the agribusinesses in DC. Additionally, though, I do think something that impacts everyone in this 9th Congressional District is health care and our rural hospitals. Health care, as we just had pointed out in the past month or two, is so important to everyone. And our hospitals are struggling so much. And we've got to repeal Obamacare. We've got to get the federal government out of our health care. And we've got to take steps to ensure that everyone in the 9th Congressional District, regardless of where they live, has the opportunity to have affordable and good health care.
Andrew Clyde, question for you. Do I need to repeat it, sir?
No, sir. I think I believe that government overreach is at the heart of the most pressing issues that our nation and consequently the 9th District faces today. So I would be available to the people. I'd have a very aggressive constituent services portion within my congressional office. I would have regular emails that would go out to folks, like a email blast would keep the district informed as to what's going on. And then I'd get out and meet the people on a regular basis to go to their GOP meetings and hear from them what they need. So that's how I would stay in touch with the people.
and I live in
Mike-
Jackson County.
Michael Bogus, you're next. If elected, what do you think is one of the most pressing issues in the 9th Congressional District of Georgia? Along with, how would you stay in touch with the people back home?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I think the most important thing is the taxes. Everybody's talking about health care. Hell, people don't go to the hospital because they can't afford it. We're taxed to death. That is the most important thing going on here in the 9th District. We're overtaxed, overreached all the time. Now, as far as talking to the people, I believe that we should have a weekly town hall, virtual, just like the Zoom right here, to where they can ask questions. I can tell them what I'm voting on, ask them their opinion on what's being voted on, because all votes go to the American people.
Thank you, sir. Paul Brown. Paul Brown, what say you? Do I need to repeat the question?
I think all Americans are suffering from a government that is just totally out of control, is spending too much, is taxing too much, it is controlling our lives too much, not only here in the 9th District, but all over the whole country. And that's what I fought when I was there in Congress. And people can know where I'm going because they can see where I've been there, standing up for the people, not for special interests. In fact, when I was in Congress, we did a lot of what I call constituent conference calls. We call people all over the Congressional District. I'll do that as well. We'll have real town hall meetings where I go and answer questions and talk to people about what concerns them. When I was in Congress before, I had staff go to every single county commission meeting, city council meeting, all of the governmental meetings, try to find out what's going on, what I could do to serve the people of this.
Okay, Kevin Tanner, what do you think are the most pressing issues that the people in the 9th Congressional District here in Georgia face? And also, how would you stay in touch with the people back home? That's what we're going to call it. Washington, D.C. back home. Kevin Tanner, what say you?
Well, I think the overriding issue for the entire country is our national debt and out of control regulations by the government. So that's something that affects the 9th, but it affects the entire country. We've got to bring our spending under control with a balanced budget amendment. It's also why I've signed the term limits pledge. I think we need to limit the amount of time that our folks spend in Washington. We don't need career politicians representing us. It's time to put that back to the people.
Okay, Ethan Underwood, do I need to repeat the question?
No, sir. I think we're good. I think obviously the most important thing that people are facing now, the 9th, is, am I going to have a job? Can I get back to work? We've got to get the 9th District back to work. Part of that is going to be the expansion of rural broadband. We told people, hey, stay home, educate your kids, send your stuff in. Oh, by the way, we don't know whether you have internet connection. And if you do, it doesn't have very good capacity. So we've got to expand rural broadband. Certainly the federal government does have a role in that. Now, staying in touch with the district, absolutely. I think what we do is we have town halls. I've offered and have sent out my personal cell phone number. We'll have a constituent services officer with our office to make sure that we're staying in touch, not just with local officials, but also for the people, so they have a direct link.
Thank you. Kelly Weeks, what say you about how to stay in touch with the people of the 9th District and some of the things that you think are the most pressing issues for the people in the 9th District? Kelly Weeks.
Thank you. So with COVID-19, I think the most important thing going on right now is getting people back to work. There are a lot of businesses that aren't going to reopen, and they're going to need our help rebuilding. I've been through that before. About 12 years ago, we lost a business because of bad government policies, and I know how to do that. We rebuilt a business, or started a new business actually. So I would be a great advocate for that. As far as being in touch, I will be here as much as possible. I want to be home. I don't want to be in DC. I'm only going there to help the American people and the people of the 9th District, and I want to be back here. So I will be back here all the time like it was intended to be.
Okay, folks, that concludes our question segment of this debate. And I want to thank each and every one of these candidates and you at home. This is very interesting, doing a virtual debate. But we are now going to start with closing statements. Now, after closing statements, we just want to let you know we're probably going to take about a 5.5-minute break. All candidates, every candidate has been invited to come back after the debate and do a 1-hour anything goes with your moderator here. So we're far from done for some candidates that want to stick around. But it's now time for our closing statements. For each candidate, they all have a 1.5 minutes, and we're going to start with Kelly Weeks. Kelly, your closing statement. Kelly, where's Kelly? Sorry about that.
Okay, you got me now? Okay.
Got you now, Kelly.
When you go out and vote this year, you need to decide, do you want more of the same? Do you want more politicians, or do you want somebody with a new perspective? Do you want somebody that calls themselves the most conservative? I'm not even sure what that means. If it's voting no on everything, then that's probably not what we need. Or do you want somebody that has experience of problem solving and actually building a real business on my own? I'm asking for your vote. If you elect me, I will work for the people of the 9th District, and I will be up there to fight against the liberals and the socialist agenda. I would like to be the first woman in the 9th District elected to Congress. If you want to learn more, go to Kelly Weeks or kellyforcongress.com or Kelly Weeks for Congress on Facebook, and I'd love to hear from you.
Kelly, thank you very much. And just thank you very much for participating. Our closing statement now, Ethan Underwood. Sorry about that. We're having a little click problem.
There we go. I want
There
to close this by asking you a question. Do you really know who we're up against in Washington, D.C.? We are up against an entrenched bureaucracy who will do anything they can to keep their power. We're up against a vicious liberal media that will do anything it can to undermine our president. And we are up against politicians who are working day and night to secure their own power rather than taking care of what's best for the rest of us. Folks, DC is hostile territory, and who we send to DC, it matters, not just to us, but to the entire country, because as Doug Collins showed us, this is an important seat. Look, whoever wins this race, this Republican nomination, they're going to be the congressman, and they're going to win by 80%. Because of that, we can carry legislation that some Republican out of Illinois, who's only winning by a couple percent, they can't stick their neck out on. This is an important seat, not to us, but to the entire conservative cause. So we can't send just somebody else who thinks with a bureaucratic mindset. We can't send somebody else who's going to go up there and vote no and waste our vote. We can't send somebody who's going to get eaten alive by the DC machine. We need a battle-ready Republican conservative who's going to stand on day one with President Trump and fight these Democrats. My whole career's prepared me for this. I'm good at navigating government system. I understand the law. I'm good at reaching agreements, and I do not back down. I would be honored to be your representative in Washington, D.C. Please go visit voteethanunderwood.com and join our team.
Ethan Underwood, thank you for participating tonight. It's now time for a closing statement from Kevin Tanner. Make sure we get you in there.
Got me.
There you go, Kevin.
Thanks again for taking the time to tune in today. I haven't spent my life dreaming of running for Congress or having a title. I'm not running to seek cable news coverage or fame like many politicians. I'm running because Washington is broken. We need a proven conservative fighter that can get the job done for the 9th. We have a legacy of conservative leadership that delivers in the 9th, and we cannot turn back now. Having started and ran numerous small businesses, led a law enforcement agency, and managed a county, and fought to protect our values of life and the Second Amendment, religious freedom in the House, I'm ready to go to Washington and battle for you. In Congress, I will fight to protect our conservative North Georgia values, cut the federal government down to size, end our reliance on communist China, end illegal immigration, protect our gun rights, and stand with President Donald Trump to ensure you have a conservative fighter on your side in Washington. I'm honored to have your vote. I ask for your prayers, and you can learn more about us at votekevintanner.com. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Kevin Tanner, for participating tonight. Candidates, don't go anywhere. We're not done. Paul Brown, that's where we're at. Paul Brown, your closing statement, please. Apologize for that.
I'm sitting here looking at Kevin Tanner. I don't think you got
There
me.
we go. There you go.
Hello.
Paul Brown, you're up. Where's Paul Brown?
Okay.
Hold on, sir. You need to talk, Paul Brown, so you'll come up, is what he's saying.
Hello, I'm here. I'm not sure what's going on here, but
There you go. There you go. Go ahead.
You have me now?
Got you now. Go.
Okay. Psalm 11:3 says, hello?
You're there. Is his stream slowing or are we okay? It's his connection. Let's try him one more time. Paul Brown, your connection. We have a little problem with your connection.
I don't know what.
There you go. Try it again.
Okay. Trying again. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Psalm 11:3 says, if the foundations be destroyed, what are the righteous to do? Both parties are guilty of destroying the foundational principles of constitutionally limited government. The federal government is too big, too intrusive, and takes too much of our money. I'm Dr. Paul Brown, and I have a proven record in Washington, D.C. of fighting against big government. When I represented over half the counties of this district, I proposed more spending cuts than any other member of Congress. I never voted to increase the debt. I never voted to increase taxes. I worked to bring good, high-paying jobs to Georgia, such as Caterpillar and Baxter Pharmaceuticals. Voters, you have a unique opportunity to elect a congressman who has a proven record in Washington fighting against the creeping social out-of-control government and against this unsustainable debt. Madison Project, a conservative think tank in Washington, said this, quote, many
Is that his
yet
feed?
few come to the ankles of Paul Brown in terms of a proven commitment to constitutional government. It is not an exaggeration to say that Congressman Paul Brown has sustained the.
Okay, folks, we're having difficulty with his feed. We'll see if we can get him back. Michael Bogus is our next closing statement.
Am I back?
There's Dr. Brown. Let's let him give him 15 seconds if he's back. Can we do that? Another 20 seconds. Dr. Brown, your feed has frozen. Everybody's done a great job participating. We're going to give you about another 15 seconds to close, sir. Go.
Thank you. Madison Project said it is not an exaggeration to say that Congressman Paul sustained the most conservative voting record over the longest period of time of any sitting Republican in Congress. Even the fiercest conservative fighters tend to succumb to this. Paul Brown has been inviolable. Folks, you have a very unique opportunity to vote for somebody who has been in the fight there in Washington. Vote Paul Brown to be your congressman. Other candidates offer promises. I offer proof. Go on my website, paulbrown.com, volunteer, contribute, and be a part of changing government.
All right, our next closing statement, Michael Bogus.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I'm Michael Bogus. It's bogusforcongress.com. You can find me on Facebook as Michael Bogus. My closing statement is we have plenty of people on this panel. One of them used to be a congressman, the same guy that cried whenever he lost the Senate and has disappeared for 12 years. So it's your voice, it's your vote. Use it wisely. Do you want to vote for somebody scripted? Go ahead. Am I the most polite candidate? Hell no. Am I going to fight in Washington, D.C.? You damn right. So with that being said, Bogus for Congress. If you want to donate, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine, because I know times are tough. So either way, have a good night, y'all.
Michael Bogus, thanks you for participating. Don't go anywhere. Our next candidate to closing statement, Maria Strickland.
I believe our fundamental rights are being challenged every day. We need to protect our rights and secure our borders and protect our nation. We need to fight to end the dangers of sanctuary cities and support our law enforcement and the rule of law. We need to vote and vote Republican. We need to take back the House and remove the toxic left from the majority power that is present, and so that the president can do his job and Congress can do theirs. I believe our president has done a great job, and I want to go to Washington and help him with the future of this country. And as a congresswoman, I will be representing the people and not trying to conform to an establishment or catering to special interest groups. When I go to Washington, I will protect the unborn, the Second Amendment, your religious freedoms. I will ensure that the Democrats don't destroy this country with socialism and hatred. I believe the people of this country are survivors, and we all stuck together and we fought this unseen enemy. I look toward the future and ask for your help. Vote for me on June 9th. You can find out more about me at Strickland4Congress.com. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you for participating, Maria Strickland. Now our closing statement, Andrew Clyde.
Conservative Christian, a combat veteran, and a gun store owner. If you want a proven combat fighter who has been through the cauldron of war, both overseas against terrorist regimes and right here in our home soil against the corrupt IRS and the swamp of big government, then I'm your candidate. If you want someone who will defend the innocent unborn, who believes that life begins at conception and who has proven his commitment through his support of our local crisis pregnancy center, then I'm your candidate. If you want a congressman who knows how to protect and defend your gun rights enshrined in the Second Amendment, because I've been doing it for 30 years already, then I am your choice. I won't give an inch. If you want, we need a wall on the border. Everyone must come here legally. And so if you want a fighter with that conviction, then vote for me. I'm running to be your next congressman because I believe we need people in Washington who are fighters and who will stand on conservative values because they have those values deeply ingrained inside. I fought terrorists in the deserts of Iraq. I defeated corrupt IRS bureaucrats in the courtroom, and I will take on socialist Democrats in the establishment in DC. I'm Andrew Clyde. Please go to ClydeForCongress.com to learn more about me and to see my Fox News interview. I ask for your prayers and I ask for your vote. Please vote Andrew Clyde for Congress. Soli Deo Gloria. Thank you.
Before we go to our next candidate, when we complete our last one, could you do me a favor in the production booth, put all 9 on the screen at one time so the voters can see them? Okay, our next closing statement, John Wilkinson.
Especially thank the Republican parties of Union County, Towns County, and Raven County for giving us this opportunity tonight. And I'd like to thank all the GOP officials from around the district. I really believe that if you want to know what a person will do, you need to look at their background and see what they've done in the past. Some of the things that I'm proud of, I've served 9 years in the legislature in Atlanta. I have not missed one day of work. I've made every roll call. I'm proud of that. I've handed out thousands of business cards. My personal cell phone number has been on every one of those cards. I have that cell phone. They didn't let me have it with me here in front of the computer tonight, but you can text me or call me at that cell number. My phone number is in the local telephone directory. If you really want to know about somebody, I think you need to ask the people who are around them, who work with them every day. Every time I've run, I've gotten over 80% of the vote in the county where I live and grew up. I think that ought to tell you a little bit about the people who know me, how they feel about me. I've been married to my wife for 45 years. We have 2 children. We have 5 beautiful grandchildren. That's a big reason that I'm that I'm running for this office. Every generation has had a better America than the generation before it. If I'm going to provide that for my grandchildren, we've got work to do. I'd ask you to go to votewilkinson.com, follow us on Facebook, and I covet your prayers and support.
Okay, our final candidate. Thank you, John Wilkinson, for participating tonight. Our final candidate, Matt Gertler. Closing statement, sir.
Thanks so much, Brian. You know, we should all gauge the candidates in this race based off their records. And if you look at my record, it is the most proven conservative record in the state for 4 years. And what that means is I've never voted for a tax increase. I have never voted anything that was unconstitutional. I never voted for anything that would increase the size or the scope of the intrusiveness of government. That is leading by example. And that's what you must do to be able to have a small government. Everybody says that they're conservatives. When it comes down to that, please look at the voting records. You have to see that. We are fueled by grassroots. I'm proud to say that $32,000, all the candidates combined in this race, we've raised by small donations. That means we're grassroots and that we are leading this charge because the people are gotten behind me, understand what we're trying to do. If you want small government, you have to look at the candidates' records. And that's it to it. So please vote Matt Gertler on June 9th for the most conservative and proven candidate in this race. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Matt Gertler, thank you for participating. Now give me all candidates on the screen. I got a final statement here. Can I get every candidate? Can I get the view? There you go. Nice, moving it around. Get everybody on there. Let's let everybody at home see. There you go, folks. This is the first debate in the 9th Congressional District. All 9 candidates. Now, I want to say something to each and every one of you candidates from FetcherNews.com, and most of you know this and you've heard it before. We wish you all well, and we thank you for your willingness to serve. Now, we appreciate it. Folks at home, they all have websites. They all paid their qualifying fee to be on the ballot. They have come up against it, each and every one of these candidates, and struggling to get their message out with the way the world has changed and now trying to campaign. So I ask you to go to all their websites, check them out, contact them, call them yourself, ask them the questions you didn't hear answered tonight. They'll be glad to take your call. One more thing before we go, okay? We are recording this. So if your friends at home didn't get to watch, it's going to be on our YouTube channel. It's going to be on Facebook. It's going to be on all their websites. We're going to blow this thing up to where everybody will get the most information to make their decision. So this is being recorded tonight. And another thing is we're going to take about a 6-minute break, okay? And any candidate on this screen that didn't get to say something they wanted to say tonight, heard something in the debate they want to follow up, we're going to have an informal 1 hour with a break in the middle conversation. So when we return, every single candidate that would like to stay, don't end your feed. Just go take a break. We're going to have another hour here. And we want to thank Towns County, Union County, Rabun County. They're amazing. I want to thank Robert, Stephen, and Destiny in the production room. I've never moderated a 9-candidate debate, and I don't think you guys ever participated in a 9-candidate debate. Thank you very much, all of the candidates. That ends our debate, but in 6 minutes, the ones on the screen that want to stick around and say, hey, I wanted to say this tonight and I didn't get a chance, we're going to do it. So good night, and we'll be back in 6 minutes.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian.
God bless everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
People don't stay in one place like they used to. Some move. But that's not my story. My story is farming this land like my family has for over 150 years. It's worshiping in the same church like we have for 7 generations. It's serving as a volunteer firefighter, police officer, and in the Georgia State House. I'm Kevin Tanner, and I approve this message. I will protect our conservative North Georgia values in Congress because I live them.
Take a deep breath. Now let's remember that in America, we look out for our neighbors. We sacrifice for one another, but never sacrifice our freedom. And when the going gets tough, well, America gets tougher. This is a political ad, but right now, I think the world needs less politics and more reminders that we are America.
I'm Andrew Clyde, Republican candidate for Congress in Georgia's 9th District, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Clyde for Congress, Incorporated.
In this unprecedented time for our country, we need unprecedented leadership. We need conservative John Wilkinson representing North Georgia in Congress. John will work with President Trump to lead our country through this uncertain time and make sure China pays the price. As our state senator, John Wilkinson has proven he is pro-life, pro-gun, and pro-border security. We can count on John. John Wilkinson for Congress, the conservative leader North Georgia needs.
I'm John Wilkinson, and I approve this message.
People don't stay in one place like they used to. Some move. But that's not my story. My story is farming this land like my family has for over 150 years. It's worshiping in the same church like we have for 7 generations. It's serving as a volunteer firefighter, police officer, and in the Georgia State House. I'm Kevin Tanner, and I approve this message. I will protect our conservative North Georgia values in Congress because I live them.
Take a deep breath. Now let's remember that in America, we look out for our neighbors. We sacrifice for one another, but never sacrifice our freedom. And when the going gets tough, well, America gets tougher. This is a political ad, but right now, I think the world needs less politics and more reminders that we are America.
I'm Andrew Clyde, Republican candidate for Congress in Georgia's 9th District, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Clyde for Congress, Incorporated.
In this unprecedented time for our country, we need unprecedented leadership. We need conservative John Wilkinson representing North Georgia in Congress. John will work with President Trump to lead our country through this uncertain time and make sure China pays the price. As our state senator, John Wilkinson has proven he is pro-life, pro-gun, and pro-border security. We can count on John. John Wilkinson for Congress, the conservative leader North Georgia needs.
I'm John Wilkinson, and I approve this message.
Folks, we're back. I'm no longer your moderator. I have switched. I am now BKP. Anybody watch this show in the mornings? I had to just spend 2 hours being professional. Oh, I had no respect, right? I got to loosen the tie. That's how informal it's going to be. Hey, we're back. We want to thank these candidates. And we do know several everybody just spent 3 hours debating. You got things to do. But we want to take a little time here to talk to some of the candidates. And what my goal was and is that a lot of the candidates are not getting some airtime, and we're going to do it. So let me hear. I know, Kevin, you said, can we use first names?
It's good with me.
All right, we're going to go to first names. So, Kevin, I know you said you had an engagement, but you wanted to stick around and say goodbye. Can you also, in your goodbye, can you give us anything that in tonight's debate that you said, hey, now that I've heard all the candidates, or I got to go, but there was something I wanted to say. Can you say that before you take off, Kevin?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. First of all, let me take an opportunity, Brian. This is a very difficult setting for you and for the host, the Republican parties that have hosted this. And you personally did an outstanding job moderating in a very difficult situation with 9 candidates. And all the candidates did an outstanding job answering the questions, of being professional. And I appreciate that. And I know the voters will appreciate that too. So thank you for what you've done, and Fetcher News for hosting this. You know, one of the things as I sat here and I prepared a closing statement, and I ended up doing the one I prepared, but what I thought about doing is throwing it out and just saying, look, the reality of where we stand is Washington really is broke. And if we continue to do the same thing the way we've always done it, we're going to continue to go off that cliff. And we have to, whether I'm the one that goes to Washington or one of these other fine folks, the one that goes to Washington, we got to start talking about real issues. We got to start talking about issues that really matter to the American people. We've got to start rolling up our sleeves and realizing, you know what, a lot of the issues that we have to deal with that are important are not morally right or morally wrong. They're not black and white. Some of them don't have a right or a wrong answer, and they're all not partisan. We've allowed the news media, the mainstream news media, to allow every single issue to be a partisan issue. We're so divided as a country. And we've got to change the course or we're going to be in dire straits. So, you know, I hope that people vote for me to go to Washington. I think I'm the right choice for people because I have a proven track record. But what I'm more concerned about, to be honest with you, is whoever goes to Washington focuses on real issues. It's time to put the political games aside. It's time to put the petty politics aside. And it's time to put our country first. And you know what? We're not going to be, if you're elected to Congress, one of the 9 folks that were here tonight is elected to Congress, and one will be, you're not going to be popular if you put the real issues first. If we focus on what really matters as a country, you're not going to be popular because it's going to be tough decisions. It's going to have to be made. So I just want to encourage my fellow candidates, and I want to tell you, each one of you, every night before I end my day, I pray for every single one of you that I'm running against for this job. I believe you all to be fine, upstanding citizens. Just put yourself out there. A lot of you I know personally and consider you my friends. So if I can be of service to any of the candidates, please call me. I want to give everyone my cell phone number. It's 678-776-5059. I've got about a 45-minute drive to a birthday party that I'm heading to for a family friend. If you want to call me and talk further, please do so. But again, Brian, thank you for what you've done. Candidates, thank you for we've got a great field of people here. And I just want to tell you, I'm proud of all of you. And I just hope that all of you will remember me and my family in your prayers. And I'll promise you I'll do the same for each of you. So thank you very much and good night to you.
Thank you, Kevin, for participating. And I want to move around here. I feel like I'm playing political squares, right? I like this. I'd like to do this again. Now, wait a minute. Okay, I'm going to move up to Ethan. We're on first name basis here. Okay, Ethan.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What happened in tonight's debate that maybe you want to challenge? That you heard from another candidate, a subject we didn't get into. What was some of your takeaways tonight, Ethan?
Well, I mean, let me start off by saying first, happy anniversary to my wife. Sorry, but here we are. But it's important to be talking to the voters. I think we covered a lot of things that were important. We didn't talk about the pro-life issue. I didn't think we talked about what are we going to be doing to protect the unborn. That is something that is very dear to me. As I've told several folks on the campaign trail, I've got 4 children. 3 of those children, my wife was recommended to consider having an abortion for. And it went everywhere from, wow, y'all were young, to we're not sure the spine's closing up, to our daughter who just turned 11 last week or last month. So we were told she had died in the womb and that we needed to schedule a D&C. In fact, I got a call from someone yesterday who was telling me they would not vote for me because I would not support abortion for folks who have disabilities and wouldn't live a quote unquote good life. Well, you know what? What I found is that making the choice for life is important. It's worked where we've seen them in my life that medical professionals, they make mistakes. But more to the point, I've got a daughter with disability. I have another child with Down syndrome, and she has made our life richer and better. She's made our children more understanding of other people. So what I want to tell people is that if you're struggling with that decision to choose life, please do. Either it's going to enrich your life or there's someone else who would love to take that child from you. And I just want the voters to know that that's where I stand on that. And I hope that we can be positive messengers for the pro-life message.
Stay with me there, Ethan. I want to move across the screen now. If any candidate doesn't want to, that's fine. Kelly, Ethan just brought up pro-life. We did not get into that tonight. And as you all know, trying to figure out to give every candidate a question 9 in the time frame. So we didn't get into pro-life, and I, as your host right now, don't want to diminish the importance of that subject. Kelly, what say you? Are you pro-life? What do you say as far as that's concerned?
I am pro-life, and the thing is, you can't legislate, your morals on everybody. We have to consider what these young women are going through. When a teenager gets pregnant, we can't just say you can't have an abortion and then leave her on her own. We have to have help for her. We have to be there for the girl and for the families and provide them the support they need. Because if you're going to just tell somebody that they can't have an abortion and that they need to have a baby and you don't have any alternatives for them, then what kind of life are they going to have? What kind of life is that child going to have? So I believe that we need to be there for them. We need to have alternatives. We need to be, set up help for these young women, and just we've got to provide for them. We've got to be responsible for these kids that are getting pregnant and having abortions. Now, I hate the fact that people are using it as a form of birth control, really. So they need to have more education too on other alternatives, and so they don't get into that situation. But I am pro-life, and I have 2 children of my own. I wish that there was more that we could do. I do think we can fund Planned Parenthood for sure. We shouldn't be supporting abortion.
Thank you, John. John, I wanted to ask that, and Maria and Michael, we're going to get you in here. We're on a first name basis here, folks. We're just having a conversation. John, I wanted to ask that tonight, but I could have stayed 4 or 5 hours. I know we were dragging on. We all talk about pro-life, but it's time to defund Planned Parenthood. Haven't we heard that long enough out of politicians? What say you, and where do you stand on the pro-life issue, John?
Well, I'd just like to mention this, Brian. I appreciate the opportunity that I've had tonight, and family is very important to me, and I have another commitment that I need to get to, so I'm probably going to have to leave after this. If anyone has any questions to ask before I leave, I'll be glad to try to answer them. If you'll remember at the beginning in my introduction, the first thing that I said was I'm pro-life. And the reason that I said that is that important to me. That is my top priority. I believe in the sanctity of all life, not just the unborn. I believe that life begins at conception, but I believe in the sanctity for our older people too, our elderly people. I believe in protecting all life. I think God creates life, and that He's the only one that should have an impact on when that life begins and when it ends.
Hey, John, I know you have to go. And Maria and Michael, I'm going to get you in here. But John, if you could answer this. Now, we had tonight, and I didn't highlight that, but we had 2 Georgia state representatives, and you are currently a Georgia state senator. Now, I think it's June 11th. The Georgia state legislative session is going to resume, I think, with 12 days left. What do you think will get accomplished when it resumes? And how concerned are you as a Georgia state senator about the budget and maybe some budget shortfalls? Because the budget's not been passed yet, and I know you got to look at sales tax revenue. Do you mind commenting to our viewers on that, John?
Not at all. I have served on the Appropriations Committee for the past 8 years, and I have been involved in those discussions. Of course, it's easy to take shots about bills or legislation and those kind of things, but I go back to the fact that we do have a balanced budget every year. We do have a AAA bond rating. 1 million more people came to Georgia in the past 10 years. People aren't running away. That makes me think we must be doing something right. But with that said, I think one of the reasons that the session has been pushed to June instead of May, and I believe it's 11 days we have left, I think we want to get as close as we can to the end of June to see what the revenue is going to do, whether the economy turns around, whether we can open things back up. but we've got to have something by the end of June. So we pushed it about as far as we can. A big part of the budget is education budget. The school systems need to know what their budget's going to be for next year, what money they're going to have to work with. So I think you're probably going to see those decisions made in a compact timetable, probably 11 days beginning in the 11th.
All right, before we change the subject, because I got some deeper issues I want to talk about. Maybe it just came across wrong on the screen that I have issues, right? This is how it is on at 8 a.m. with BKP, so no longer professional. Maria, we're talking about abortion, okay? And we hear people say, well, they're pro-life. We have some things that are coming up at the Supreme Court, like the heartbeat bill, and I think is it the Louisiana bill about having to have admitting a doctor would have to have admitting privileges to perform an abortion. But what say you? Are you pro-life, and how would you just give us how you feel on this issue?
Yes, I am pro-life, and I do support the heartbeat bill. Also, I just want to reiterate what Kelly said about we need to set up programs for these mothers so that they have some type of hope when they have their child, so that they don't look at abortion as their only resource. And with these programs that not only are helping them during the pregnancy, but after the pregnancy, so that we can build stronger families and a stronger community. Because if we are all, it takes a village. If you take care of the young lady who's in a bad situation per se and needs the help, we need to have the resources there to give her the help. And I think that would help a lot with a lot of those young ladies who are stuck on the fence, who really don't want to have an abortion, but feel that they have no other choice.
Michael, what say you?
Hey, thanks. I'm glad we're on first name basis because you keep messing up my last name.
All right. Okay. You're right. I had that coming. I knew it was coming, but go ahead.
All right. Yes, I'm 100% pro-life. And these programs that the ladies are talking about, we already have. It's called WIC. It's called Medicaid. We actually provide health care for these ladies that's having the child. So we already have this. So more legislation on this is just wasteful. We got the heartbeat bill, which is great. It's really great. And I think we should stay with that. I know there are certain circumstances where there has to be an abortion. I've seen that personally in my family. I've never had to deal with it other than with my family. I have 2 children and never even thought about abortion. So, yeah, I know there's certain circumstances that we'll have with this, but as far as programs, we already have it. And I believe also that the cost of adoption should reflect the cost of abortion. That way there's more options. There's many people out there that would love to have a child.
Okay, listen, Ethan, earlier tonight. Yes, quickly, please.
Okay, so there is WIC, but if you get on a program like that, nobody wants to live their life like that. They don't want to settle and say, okay, well, I can have a baby, but I'll be on welfare for the rest of my life. I'm talking about getting a program where they can educate themselves and bring themselves up and still have the child, but have a better life. I mean, if you're saying that having a child means they're going to be on welfare for the rest of their lives, well,
no, why would they be on welfare all their life?
Because you're talking about a
program for them during pregnancy. You're talking about a program for them
during and after pregnancy.
We're supposed to take care of them all their life?
No, I want you to educate them and get them so where they can take care of themselves. If you put them on WIC, then they are going to be on welfare for the rest of their lives.
And we have programs like that. There's Mommy and Me. There's all sorts of workers programs. There's trade schools. I don't understand what you're talking about.
What
program, what other program are you talking about?
Okay, Michael, I'm good with that. I like it. I like the direction we're going. I do know I want to get 30 more minutes in and a quick break. So, Ethan, if you could stick around, you touched on some things. Now, I'd like for you to stick around because of your background with the Republican Party. I want you to answer what one candidate brought up several times. And folks, I want to talk a little more about China. I mean, there's 26 million people out of work. I don't like the word suffering, but Americans are suffering. They've lost their jobs. Businesses are closed. And I think the president, my opinion, has done, we're not debating and moderating, so I'm going to give my opinion. I think the president has done an outstanding job trying to zero in on the American people that need the most help. But then we have the behemoth of bureaucracy between the president and what we get out here. But Ethan, I want to talk about that, and I want to talk about China. You brought up China several times. I want to elaborate on that. And I want to talk about maybe some bureaucracy and what you think we should cut. So we're going to take a 5-minute commercial break. Anybody here that wants to stick around, we're only going to be another 25 minutes. Hey, you put 3 hours in. You got to stick around because if you don't, you'll probably miss my Rodney Dangerfield impression. Take a break and we'll be right back after these brief messages.
People don't stay in one place like they used to. Some move. But that's not my story. My story is farming this land like my family has for over 150 years. It's worshiping in the same church like we have for 7 generations. It's serving as a volunteer firefighter, police officer, and in the Georgia State House. I'm Kevin Tanner, and I approve this message. I will protect our conservative North Georgia values in Congress because I live them.
Take a deep breath. Now let's remember that in America, we look out for our neighbors. We sacrifice for one another, but never sacrifice our freedom. And when the going gets tough, well, America gets tougher. This is a political ad, but right now, I think the world needs less politics and more reminders that we are America.
I'm Andrew Clyde, Republican candidate for Congress in Georgia's 9th District, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Clyde for Congress, Incorporated.
In this unprecedented time for our country, we need unprecedented leadership. We need conservative John Wilkinson representing North Georgia in Congress. John will work with President Trump to lead our country through this uncertain time and make sure China pays the price. As our state senator, John Wilkinson has proven he is pro-life, pro-gun, and pro-border security. We can count on John. John Wilkinson for Congress, the conservative leader North Georgia needs.
I'm John Wilkinson, and I approve this message.
Hey, folks, we're back. I'm your host, BKP. I almost want to say good morning from the office, North Georgia's only live online morning show, but it is Saturday night. Now, I'm going to say to the candidates we have left, thank you. I don't, I understand the other candidates had things to do. They spent 3 hours, but you know me, I could stay here all night and talk politics. I haven't been out this late on a Saturday night. I want to see a show of hands on the screen. Who's been out this late on a Saturday night in 2 months?
It's 2 hours.
You guys aren't
my bedtime.
Oh, well, you guys aren't out. You're sheltered in place.
I'm a little worried we're violating the shelter in place ordinance.
I'm thinking the same thing. Ethan Underwood, Michael.
Yeah,
Bogus.
get it right.
Bogus. Did I get it?
Bogus.
What did I say?
Bogus.
Bogus. I tell you what, I love the guy. I got Bogus. Michael Bogus. Kelly Weeks.
It's like a bad check.
Yeah, bogus.
Ethan.
Bogus.
Ethan, let's get serious a minute. You brought up China, and I tell you what, the president of the United States, and you started talking about we have to hold them responsible. The World Health Organization actually came out in a tweet, and I don't have it in front of me, said the Wuhan virus would not, transfer human to human.
Yep.
China, I'm going to tell you, because we're past. My opinion is it was created in a lab. It did not happen in a wet market in China.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they've done it on purpose. And I don't think the numbers, I mean, the president of the United States, I'm watching the daily, I watch every day, 90 minutes a day. And he pointed to the chart the other day on the death toll in China. And he asked everybody, he said, do you believe this? Do you believe this? So, Ethan, go back a little bit what you were talking about China and what has happened, and what would you like to see this country do concerning China?
Well, I think I agree with you, Brian. I think what has happened is China has mismanaged a biolab and it got out. The evidence at this point does not show that it was intentional, but their cover-up absolutely was intentional. And it appears that they even went to the World Health Organization and collaborated with them to hide the information. They tried to blame it on a wet market. They tried to blame it on someone other than their malfeasance, but they appear to have let a strain of virus out of their biolab in an area of China where this should not be growing wild. I've read some data on it says that bats are nowhere near this particular lab. So it just doesn't make any sense what they told us. They've covered up, and I think they sense the liability and the outrage from the rest of the world. But rather than doing the right thing and making the hard decision of saying, what, we've had a leakage from the biolab, you all need to take precautions. They tried to cover it up, and then the World Health Organization did the same thing. I mean, people have died because of this decision. We have to hold China accountable. But what we also have to do is make sure that we are not vulnerable to something worse. Thank God this has not been as virulent as something else that could be. What if someone did set a bioweapon loose on us that was designed to kill people? We've seen the chinks in our armor, and don't think the Chinese aren't monitoring it as well. We have to make sure that we're plugging those holes and that we can operate independently in the United States.
Michael, what say you as far as China and what Ethan just said? I agree. A lot of things Ethan just discussed. What say you where China's concerned and what's happened in this country?
Yeah, I agree. I agree a lot with Ethan. I mean, he brings up some great points. Actually, this was told to us in October. I knew about it in October. Whenever I was in Washington, D.C., I'd heard about it. So, yeah, I mean, our biggest problem right now is we have no way to defend our people against anything like this. We didn't have any preventative measures to do anything about this. I honestly think we should have shut the country down when it first came. Shut down all international travel. Anybody that was in another country, have them fixed there, and then sent back home after they had got rid of the coronavirus. So yeah, there's a lot that I agree with on that with Ethan.
Kelly, what say you? And then I got another subject I want to get in. What say you?
Look, China knew early on, and they shut down their own country. They allowed flights to go out to every other part of the world and didn't allow flights within their own country. So they knew what was going on. I mean, they should be punished for it. I don't know what we could do that actually would hurt them, but they knew, and they did nothing about it, and they've hurt the rest of the world because of it.
Ethan, let me ask you this. I want to switch gears here. I had it here tonight. The Democrats have been yelling, okay? They have been yelling ventilator, ventilator, ventilator. They have been yelling. I watch every day, and I'm not bragging, folks out there, but I'm serious. This is what I do for a living. So every afternoon at 6, I turn on the Trump show, and I stay for 90 minutes because the guy is going to. That's the only way you're going to get the truth, as far as I'm concerned. But we heard ventilators, we heard masks, we heard gowns, we hear all of this, and they scream and scream. Our National Guard, our military was called up, and they built thousands of hospital rooms, temps, the Javits Center in New York, and never used. We put the 2 healthcare medical ships on each end of the country on the coast. I think there was, 50 people in a 2,000-bed boat that was ever used. What say you on what's taking place? And do you feel there might be a little corruption or propaganda in today's media? That's a big question, but go ahead, Ethan. Take it.
Let's say from the get-go that the Democrats are using this to their advantage. They are trying to scare everyone to death. They're trying to blame any perceived fault on President Trump, and they're trying to shape the 2020 election with it. And make no mistake with that. We saw that they were not interested in getting economic relief to the people who really need it. They wanted to throw in gimmies to the Kennedy Center and to Harvard University and to put in abortion funding at the time. Thank God that got stripped out. But don't think for a minute that the Democrats aren't trying to politicize this. This is supposed to be, short of a war, this is when Americans ought to be coming together. Politics, political stripes shouldn't matter when we're trying to preserve Americans' life. But the system's being abused. We know that President Trump is doing a very good job. And now that we're seeing with the data coming in that, you know what, the pandemic is not as bad as it's perceived to be. There are open beds. It's time to open America back up so that we don't have a cure that's worse than the disease, which is what it. And that bad part is bleeding out our economy. We've got to get our economy moving. That's having more casualties than this pandemic.
Ethan, you brought up our closer tonight. So after I get Kelly and Michael in on this, Kelly, what say you? I mean, like I just said, we watch, testing. I'm telling you now, we're back on, it's my opinion now. I don't know if I need to be tested, and I don't know if I want the government telling me to test me, contact tracing, ventilators. We never needed. And I think Ethan made a very good point. I mean, the pandemic, and I'm not saying you're making light of it, Ethan, in any way, because anybody that knows me knows that I have personally know the effects of COVID-19 through my family. But Kelly, what say you with this pandemic and what I was just talking about with what I call a very, I'm going to use the word corrupt, my word, propaganda media. What say you, Kelly?
I would say propaganda too. I think it's pushed. It's all about control, and they have just gone overboard with it. Now, if you go to our local hospital and you mention that you might have the symptoms of COVID-19, they're going to isolate you. Back in March, was sick, and I went to the doctor, and I tested negative for flu. I tested negative for strep. And since I had seen, with all the run on food, there was a run on guns. So I had seen about 600 people through my store in 2 days. And so they tested me, and they said, you'll have the results back within 72 hours. Well, it took 2 weeks before I heard anything. So I had to isolate myself. I was stuck at home. I couldn't work. And it took 2 weeks to find out that I came out negative. I was like, this is insane. I'm losing all this money. I can't work. I don't want to be at home, but I'm forced to be here just because I might have COVID-19. I might have the coronavirus. I haven't met anybody that has it yet, and I see a lot of people, and I just think that it's been overblown. When it comes down to the end, it's going to be that it's less than 0.5% that die from it. It's sad with any problem or any infection that we have out there, but we have ruined the economy over it, and we're going to have a hard time coming back from it now.
I get it. And anything you hear from me, you will never hear me say that the virus is not real. You'll never hear me say there's not a multiplier. I live 1,000 miles from the majority of my family, and we have 6 family members that have gone through it. So I do know it's real. Michael, what say you?
Well, sir, I know it's real as well. My wife is a frontline nurse for COVID. She is ICU nurse. So I know it's real. I also know that supplies are low. We have actually been making masks. And I've been donating the masks to nursing homes, and we have donated masks to her hospital as well. So we're trying to help with the community as much as possible because, it's really bad. But as far as the media, have you ever heard of the Eagles, the band?
Yeah, yeah.
Back in, on their album Hotel California, they got a song called Dirty Laundry. Even back then, the media would play people. It's a fear-mongering technique. If the media didn't have a story to sell, they'd be the Weather Channel.
Michael, I like that. All right, here's our wrap up for the night, okay? And I tell you, if we would have had 6 hours or we get a chance to do another debate, we didn't get into some things. Let me say this, voting. And Ethan, all of you, let me put this, voting by mail. Now, this is what President Trump, and I have heard this live, but I'm going on a headline. Trump urges Republicans to fight very hard against voting by mail. President previously said efforts to make it easier to vote would mean you'd never have a Republican elected again in this country. I think he's referring to president. Now, in what he said, voting by mail, national voter ID, do you agree with that? And the last thing I want to put into this, You know, the Georgia State Election Board voted unanimously to allow Georgia voters to turn in their absentee ballots to a drop-off box. Nobody's around, a drop-off box, and an option that avoids human contact during the coronavirus pandemic. Has anybody heard of ballot harvesting? What say you, Ethan?
I'm very concerned about it. I absolutely believe you need to have a photo ID. You only need to vote once, and we need to have systems that check that. We are where we are. We are in the middle of a pandemic, and I'm afraid that if we didn't have voting by mail, then a lot of folks just wouldn't get out. I mean, to ask senior citizens to get out of their home and go touch a screen that other people have touched, I'm afraid you'd ask more people to not vote than the folks who you're opening the opportunity for fraud. But I'm very hopeful that Secretary Raffensperger has a team that is trained in this. I'm concerned about it. We do not want to set a precedent for ballot voting like this. This is an emergency measure, but we are where we are. So, you know, if folks, if you've requested your ballot, I'd appreciate you putting my name there when you cast your vote.
All right, stick around a minute so we can close, because I want to thank you for being here today. Michael Bogus, is that it?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, Michael Bogus, what say you?
Hey, I'm absolutely ecstatic that you got my name right. But to me, I agree. I mean, we don't need to put the most vulnerable citizens in this situation. But I also believe if we're going to use the absentee voting, it should come with a copy of your photo ID. Because, I mean, that's really how they can do a lot of voting fraud. I mean, I don't want my dead grandmother and grandfather voting for a Democrat. I'm sorry, I just don't. They've been dead 20-something years. I just don't want them to do that.
All right, Kelly, what say you?
You know what? I'm one that votes on election day. There's something special about it, and I always go out and vote on that day. I understand we're in a different time right now, and there are people that are going to need to vote by mail. What I don't get is that why don't we have a system that's really set up and secure? I mean, everybody has a cell phone. Everybody has access to a computer. Why don't people have codes or something that they can go in and vote one time where they know that it's that person? It seems like that with all the technology nowadays that we'd have a better system where we could vote and we'd know that it wasn't a dead person, and we know that it was the actual person voting. But it seems that government is a little bit slow on some things, so we're not there yet.
Kelly and Michael, stick around, but I want to direct this to Ethan and just you, Ethan, because of your affiliation and your position in the Republican Party and the time you've spent there. One candidate tonight continued over and over with Rhino. And we know the acronym stands for Republican and Name Only. Ethan, in the party, how do we unite? How do you unite Republicans? What is a Rhino, and what say you is the direction of the Republican Party right now?
You know what? We have to win. The Republicans have to get in control of the House of Representatives, and the Republicans have to maintain control of the Georgia legislature, or things are going to change in Georgia very, very badly for the worse. And we're not going to make any headway in Georgia and in the federal legislature if we don't win back the House. Having a litmus test for somebody that says, if you don't vote with me on every single race, you're a Rhino, we're going to call your names. Look, voting no does not make you the most conservative person in the legislature. I'm not even sure where Representative Gertler gets that rating from. And in fact, he also failed to tell you that 40% of the money he raised came from out of state. It's not even for people in Georgia who actually think like those of us in the 9th District. We have to embrace everyone from the middle to the right. Now, I'm over to the right, but you know what? I'm going to work with somebody who will vote with me on 80% of the bills. They're my friend, and I'm going to work with them. And we're going to disagree sometimes, but we have to get control. If we don't have control of the House of Representatives in D.C., nothing will get done.
Hey, Kelly, I want to tell you how much I met you for the first time tonight, and I've enjoyed it. Okay. I want you to know I enjoyed it. We haven't met before. So thank you for sticking around. Ethan, you know, you and I have met a couple times at a couple events. I mean, it's weird because, you know, people out there that know me with politics, I'm going to be 7 nights a week. Just every night I'm going to be at some Republican event. You know that, Ethan, some Republican breakfast or whatever. And it's really changed, you know, the way I get to go out. But Ethan, we've met a couple times personally, and I've enjoyed it, and I've enjoyed you sticking around. Now, Michael, we're closing with you for a reason.
Oh, hell.
Ready?
I'm ready.
So Michael Bogus, right? Michael Bogus?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to tell you, you know, we're not on debate. You're my what the hell candidate. You know, it don't matter what it is. Michael's going to say, what the hell? Okay. Sorry, Mom, if you're watching. But Michael, you got to wrap it up with this. You got to tell the World Wide Web and every American watching out there that Sean Hannity has nothing on BKP. You got it? Can you do that?
You got it. You got it.
I'm waiting.
Sean Hannity sucks. He ain't got nothing on BK Network.
All right, we'll go with that. There's always a place. There was always a place where you leave, and that's it. Hey, guys and ladies, I'm going to be sending out emails. We'll do as many roundtables like this as you guys want to do, because I want to do everything I can to help you get your message out, because I know it's changed. Good night, guys. Go home with your families. And tomorrow's Sunday, and I'm sleeping in. Hey, I've been your host, BKP. Good morning from the office. North Georgia's only live online night show. Saturday night. I'm almost ready to do Saturday night. I get no respect. No respect. Okay. Anyhow, Monday morning, 8 a.m. Tune in, fyntv.com. I think, Stephen, we just have to go, or I'll keep talking. Cut this thing off, man.
Goodbye. Good night.